Hi, guys. Welcome to the PWR Network. I'm Amy. I'm having a sleepless night, and I woke up and I saw that Hidden True Crime did a 3-hour live. Dr. John and Lauren Matthias put up a rebuttal, or if you will, but it looks like they're just doubling down. So I thought we would take a quick peek at it and see what's going on. Like I said, I can't sleep tonight, so why not watch Lauren and Dr. John? Let me get my stage up there for you. Start watching it. For those that might be tuning in that are a little unsure of what I'm talking about, we did a 3 or 4 hour live yesterday on the topic, and here is a little update on the drama to get us going, and then we'll go into their update. I see it happening more and more. People start using legal things to dance around situations to try to silence people from talking. There's a difference from allowing people free speech and defamation. So is this defamation or is this just free speech? I have to tell you, I have gone through some of it. I've been paying attention to this case for the last, I think it happened like 3 days ago. I actually woke up to it, much like you're probably waking up to this or going to sleep. One of the two. It's early morning here in Florida. It's like 5:30 in the morning. But I woke up to Lauren in this live, and I looked at it, and it looked like it had been going on for like 5 hours. And I was like, "Please, has she been doing this all night? What is going on here?" But yeah, she had been doing it all night, and she went on for another like 3 or 4 hours. So let me tell you a little bit about this in case you don't know what the heck I'm talking about. Lauren Matthias did a 9-hour live stream. Yes, 9 hours, where she talked about having a stalker. But here's the twist. The person she's calling her stalker, which I have a real issue that during this 9-hour live, she called this person a stalker. I think somebody counted it over 400 times. Over 400 times. And I think she said their name once or twice, the real name. But other than that, she was labeled a stalker over 400 times in this live. But the twist is that the stalker was once a hidden true gem, and in most creators world, they have membership programs. Here it's the dragonflies. Over on Hidden True Crime, they call them hidden gems. Well, this woman, the stalker, whose real name is Christina, was a hidden gem. She was a friend. She called her a friend. She actually met her through covering the same true crime case. Have you seen it already? I haven't gotten into it yet, Khalid Cosmos. So, well, I mean, I watched like a minute of it, and then I was like, what? I'm going to watch this with you guys because it's much better watching it with friends. So I haven't really got into it quite yet. Cases. And that woman's name is Christina. She was part of Lauren's Hidden Gem membership program, and even introduced on one of Lauren's videos. Lauren herself introduced this person as a friend. But during Lauren's live, she was somebody she hired to work for her. But it was later. Christina is also an artist, and it was later Lauren hired her to do some artwork for the Hidden True Crime channel. But first, she was a friend. So what happened? Well, apparently behind the scenes, Lauren isn't the calm, polished person she shows on camera. She even actually said this during her 9-hour live. She said, in her own words during the live, she admitted that like they want her and her husband, John, but I think they call him Dr. John. They keep it PG in front of the camera, but behind the camera, they're a bit more raunchier. So Then came the group text. Lauren got into private chats, and I'm just paraphrasing. We're going to go through this all. So this is just like the basics. Then came some group texts. Lauren got into private chats where she was allegedly trashing people, including Christina. And she called Christina annoying and twitchy and said she had no plans to have her back on her channel. And that, of course, got back to Christina. Christina confronted Lauren and Lauren apologized, but then Christina hit back saying, guess what? Nobody's happy with you, and we're about to release 6 years of your text where you trashed people. Well, Lauren freaked. She freaked. And who wouldn't freak? 6 years of text. I've learned to never say anything in text that I would not say to a person's face. Just because of this very reason that you have to be, when you're a content creator, especially, you have to be a person of your word. You have to not trash people in text, right? And it's not only people, this is all alleged, and this is all our research and whatever, but it's all not only that, but it could also be possible true crime victims that she's been trashing. We don't know yet who she's been trashing, but she's freaking out. Lauren's freaking out. So they say to her, guess what, Chicky Poo, this is what's about to happen to you. So now Christina didn't dox her. She didn't release private info, but she did go over to TikTok and created a second account, not her art account, but a second account, where under a smaller account, she started exposing what she said were Lauren's own words and behavior. But you never said it was Lauren. But and this is crazy. See, this is where I think they're both in the wrong. I don't think either one of these women are in the right, but I guess we're going to decide who's more wrong. So Christina's over on TikTok and a second smaller account exposing Lauren, putting all these stories. We'll look at some of these, putting all these stories up about Lauren, not saying it's Lauren, just saying it's a content creator, and just like exposing. So some of it's petty, some of it's disturbing, including an odd mention that Lauren made. So these were all private conversations. That's another thing. I don't share my deeply private stuff with people right on the fly, especially, and I don't think like mixing business with friendship is a good thing. You can tell this is where this is mean girl gone off the rail behavior that's happening in this case. But there was an odd mention Lauren made about her brother who was in a coma, and something about sperm and wanting to get pregnant, and that's in there. That's crazy. So now Lauren's Lauren was trying to get a stalker order, basically a protection order against Christina. From the outside, it looks like a fight between two women who were once collaborators turned sour over ego, reputation, and control. There's nothing that drives me more nuts is about content creation is the constant cycle of exposing, fighting, and trying to weaponize their platforms. I can't.
There's nothing more I hate about content creation. So that's a little bit about what's going on in the Lauren case. And so let's go into their new video, live, whatever they just put out. I don't know. Was it a live? Yeah, it was a live. So we can even show the chat replay if we can stomach it. Okay, so this is the price of truth. We speak out after a 9-hour live. Lauren and Dr. John Matthias break down the fallout. And it gets a little thick here. Dr. John really has his doctor hat on. And so here we go. Just for added context, I have my BA in sociology and psychology, and I like to think that I can see through the doctor BS. And Yeah, for 1 second I saw Dr. John talking about like a lot of these people think this is just mean girl behavior and it's far more than that, and he pulls up his book that's earmarked, and so yeah, that's what we're about to get into.
Hello.
We're back. I know that
I think it's coming out that you're married to a psychopath, Dr. John, and you need to save yourself.
few of you, the hashtag Free John is going around a little bit. You okay? He's here. He's okay.
Yeah, you had to unlock the
And
cage.
this is all my opinion, my research for entertainment and educational purposes only. I urge you to go out there and do your own research. Everything we talk here, I will put over in the YouTube show notes. I do this to cite my sources and for fair play use. And also, if you have a varying opinion, that is fine. I might come off hot and strong, but I'm very open-minded, and all opinions are welcome here as long as we give it with respect to one another.
In the garage to let me out, so I'm here. Yeah, I thank you for giving me some breakfast this morning too after letting me out of the cage. Don't worry, you don't have to free me. I'm good.
Yeah.
He's trying to make jokes because everybody was like, where's Dr. John? She did the whole 9-hour live and he was nowhere to be seen. And it looked like she was in a hotel room. So now they are trying to make light of the situation. And he's trying to say, oh, she fed me today and let me out of my cage. And here I am.
Yeah, we're here. And we have a lot to talk about. Remember when I said that last live and it went 9 hours? I don't think this one will be 9 hours.
It's going to probably be a few hours though. I
It's
don't
going to
know.
be long. We've got a lot to say.
Grab your beverages, grab your popcorn, grab something.
Dr. John is about to school us.
Right.
Whatever it is you grab,
I-
your tea.
I actually have some coffee this morning.
I've got a bit of everything here laid out. So we've got a lot to talk about. Which I'm sure all of you know. And when I say we, John actually is going to have the most to talk about.
Yeah.
Because I actually, went live for 9 hours, as many of you have pointed out.
Right. So
9 hours and 9 minutes.
So you're
I
going to
did that.
give me the floor.
I'm going to give you the
You're going to
floor.
give me the floor today. And
Like I said in the thumbnail, and they're doubling down.
I want to talk about what happened, but I want to do it more philosophically and more psychologically. So we're going to get into things like the psychology of stalking. We're going to get into the nature of this conflict, the nature of why people, or the different conversations people are having since you released your live, whether you're lying, whether you're telling the truth, right? Like whether you were stalked.
Because he can do that for us. He can clear it all up for us. I bet by the end of this, we're just going to be set straight.
Is that just free speech? Right? We're going to cover all of that. And we're going to cover that from mainly a psychological perspective because I am a psychologist.
Oh, he says.
But since
You have your PhD in psychology.
right, not philosophy. Just to clarify, a PhD is by definition a doctor of philosophy.
Don't worry, I covered that in my live.
Okay, so
We're good.
yeah, so correct. I am a licensed psychologist. I am a clinical and forensic psychologist, and so we're going to approach this largely.
Then you need to get out. You need to use those skills and get out. You guys need to stop. I just really think that I really hoped that maybe they would read the room, but they're doubling down.
From a psychological perspective.
And before we begin, I do want to say thank you to everyone for your support. We've actually received thousands of emails and messages from people giving us support, and we just want to say thank you too.
I'm sure they have, but I bet you 100% the ones that are renting space in their head are the ones that are the negative ones. The thousands of people that are like, this doesn't seem right. This story seems off to me.
Again, yeah.
And just so kind, so much kindness, so much love. Thank you very much. we're able to get through this a lot easier because of the support from our community and our gems, and you guys are amazing, and we can't thank you enough. So,
All right. Take it away.
So let's dive into this analysis. I'm going to start in a fairly peculiar, unexpected place.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with talking about Brad Pitt, the actor.
That is peculiar.
That is, it is a little peculiar, right? So the reason I want to talk about Brad Pitt is because he's an actor in my generation.
This is edited. This is edited. This is pre-recorded and edited. That was an edit right there.
Before we begin. Or yeah.
And just so kind, so much kindness, so much love. Thank you very much. We were able to get through.
I bet 100% that they've got a PR agent on board now because this is edited.
This a lot easier because of the support from our community and our gems, and you guys are amazing, and we can't thank you enough. So,
All right.
Watch for the edit.
So let's dive into this analysis. I'm going to start in a fairly peculiar, unexpected place.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with talking about Brad Pitt, the actor.
That is peculiar.
That is, it is a little peculiar, right?
Right there was an edit.
So the reason I want to talk about Brad Pitt is because he's an actor in my generation. He's an actor I've followed very closely over the years. He's an actor I've really appreciated.
Okay, so that tells me that this video was probably longer than 3 hours and 43 minutes, that they edited it down to 3 hours and 43 minutes. So,
And I've really kind of watched him mature and develop and grow. And that's been somewhat inspirational to me.
Yeah,
So
you do like him. He talks about Brad Pitt.
So let me just say, so I'm going to do a little bit of my own fangirling here, I guess. But let me say that the reason I got to know Brad Pitt was because in 1992, he was in a movie called A River Runs Through It.
Mm-hmm.
A River Runs Through It is one of my favorite movies. It's one of my favorite books. It's a book by Norman MacLean, who was a professor of English literature at the University of Chicago for many years. He wrote this novella about his childhood growing up in Montana.
Go with a guy that loved A River Runs Through It too. Must be something about that book that men love.
And fly fishing basically saved his life. It's a brilliant book. It's a brilliant movie. Brad Pitt was in the movie. He actually played the somewhat delinquent brother. It was an interesting role that Brad Pitt would kind of reprise many times in his career, but he was very good. And
Yeah, he was.
I didn't know who he was at that time. And so I was interested. I'm like, who is this guy, right? When I watch a movie and there's actors I don't know, I'm always interested to kind of figure out who they are, where they came from. So I found that Brad Pitt actually was born and raised in a small town in Oklahoma. He was born in Shawnee, Oklahoma. And I also learned that at least some of his early career, he began in 1987. I didn't know any of his earlier movies. He did a few.
I'm paying attention in here, looking for their little bits of money that they're getting in this live.
Movies. And then he did work for a soap opera. So the evolution of his career really begins with soap operas. And, when I learned that, I thought, oh, this is interesting, right? Like, you don't see a lot of soap opera actors go on to become mega stars.
True.
I mean, I guess some of them have, but I'm not aware of a lot, right? And so you've got this guy in this major movie. It's produced by Robert Redford. Robert Redford, by the way, in 1992, clearly saw talent in this young.
There's a lot of stars that were soap operas that went on to be mega stars. It's like their first stopping start to stardom.
Actor, because Robert Redford.
And oh my God, get to the point.
Produced some extraordinary movies over the years. He's been in extraordinary movies. He knows the industry. He knows talent, and he picked up Brad Pitt. So shortly after that, Brad Pitt in 1995 was in a movie called Seven. And he was one of the detectives, and great job. So now my appreciation of this guy.
Mummy Brown, I'm not even sure that I'm going to be able to get through this because I feel gaslit. And what are we 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes into it? And he hasn't even gotten to the Brad Pitt point yet, whatever it's going to be. Ugh.
It is only increasing. In 1996, he did a movie called 12 Monkeys.
This is exactly why when I talk to people, I don't use my degree, and because like I tune out because I see I see what they're doing, and I think I can't believe they can't see it. That's what I'm shocked about. I can't believe that they think that. And then I'm shocked at the people that are snowed by it. But maybe not shocked, but more PO'd about it.
Many people probably don't know this movie, but I do, because it has to do with mental health, and it gets into everything.
I know
it's a post-apocalyptic novel. It's got kind of sci-fi. It's about mental health issues. Is he psychotic? Is he not? There's all kinds of philosophical.
This one is gonna go 3 hours and 43 minutes, and we're just 6 minutes into it, and he's been talking about Brad Pitt.
Issues raised in this movie, but I don't think a lot of people saw this movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but you love Brad Pitt too. So
but I watched this movie, and now, like, he's extraordinary in this movie. Now my appreciation of this guy is continuing to expand. 1999, he does The Fight Club, which is a very controversial movie.
And Brad Pitt, if he's the one that was on the plane, and the demise of his marriage was because he hit somebody on the plane, a child, Angie, somebody, and this is his guy. But he hasn't gotten to the point yet. So maybe the point is that he did all of that. I don't know. Let's see.
It's a lot of attention. But again, I kind of see this guy's journey towards mastery, right? 2004, he does Troy. I'm skipping a lot of movies he's done, by the way. He does the movie Troy, which is about the Iliad. Homer's the Iliad. I love Homer's the Iliad. It's one of my favorite books. It's a brilliant book about war. He does this. That's a risk. It's not particularly a stretch for him in this movie, but he's good. In 2008, he does Benjamin Button. He's nominated for Best Actor. He's nominated for Best Actor by the Academy. In 2011, he does Moneyball. Brilliant. He's brilliant in this movie, right? He's also nominated for Best Actor. 2014, Fury. Again, he's exceptional in this role. 2015, he does The Big Short. Every one of these roles, he sort of has a particular type in these movies, but you also, like, for me, I'm also seeing him expanding his repertoire a little bit, taking some risks, like with Troy, growing as an actor, right? So what's fascinating to me is you got this guy from an area, from Oklahoma, that you never think would become a megastar. He's really committed to his craft. He's really growing, right? And then after The Big Short, there's a bombshell in 2016. And this bombshell is that Angelina Jolie accuses him of abuse. Yeah. On a plane specifically, but essentially there's this war between himself and Angelina Jolie.
Two megastars.
There's this issue over custody, right? There's all.
Oh, interesting that he's bringing up Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt, because yesterday I compared this situation to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp, where with Miss Lauren being Amber Heard, trying to use the Me Too movement and try to become the victim when you were actually the victimizer all the time. So funny that he chose the Brad Pitt analogy and I choose the Amber Heard.
All kinds of issues here. There's I believe
it's a bitter divorce.
It's a bitter divorce. I believe there's all kinds of accusations being levied. And before this, by the way, I should point out, like, the paparazzi are all over Brad Pitt wherever he goes. He's
married to Jennifer Aniston.
Before.
Cheating scandal.
Right. There's issues about fidelity, right? Like, anything the tabloid can get their hands on, any salacious story about Brad Pitt, they're publishing that, right? Mm-hmm. I see this stuff, but I don't really pay much attention to it because I don't really care. I want to go to his movies. I'm invested in this guy as an actor and watching him grow and change and master his craft, right?
You're interested in his craft, his art.
Right. So it's interesting because in 2016, and I could be wrong about this, but so these allegations are levied by someone who has tremendous power in Hollywood. And I believe that because of this, there's certainly an attempt to tarnish his reputation, to maybe cancel him, right? Like, there's this whole debate about should Brad Pitt be doing movies, right? I'm sure people have mixed feelings.
You think they are more the Brad Pitt situation or the more Amber Heard situation? Do you think I'm right or they're right? I see more Amber Heard situation.
And my dog stepped on a bee. Ooh.
About this. He was never formally charged with anything. He was never criminally charged. But after 2016, it does appear that a lot of his roles are lesser roles. It appears that he's doing movies that aren't quite they don't quite have the heft and the reach of movies he's done before.
Does he get
so the reason I read that list of movies prior to is because I don't know exactly what was going behind the scenes. I don't know if the impact of
the heck is all these cuts in here?
Accusations was affecting his ability to get better films. Like I just don't know.
She looks bored.
And so I'm gonna leave us here for a minute. I'm gonna leave us with the accusations, the trajectory of his career that apparently seems to stall around 2016, right? And I'm going to dive into something else, which is something that's called psychological essentialism. And psychological essentialism, and there's different kinds of psychological essentialism, but fundamentally psychological essentialism is about the idea that things or people have an underlying reality. So there's something called category essentialism, which is that you might take an attribute or something that of a person, and you're going to generalize from that and make assumptions about who that person is.
Okay.
So in other words, you want to categorize someone. So psychological essentialism is about trying to find some underlying category reality about a person or a thing. Typically in psychological essentialism, you might take an attribute or a behavior, even just one, and you'll generalize from that to categorize the person in question. So one of the authors one of the psychologists, his name is Paul Bloom. He teaches at Yale. He does research. He wrote a book called How Pleasure Works, where he has some interesting chapters on psychological essentialism.
How many books does he pull out during this live or this pre-scripted whatever this is? How many books does he pull out?
The reason, by the way, he talks about it in terms of pleasure is because he argues strongly that psychological essentialism underlies a lot of our experience of pleasure, in the sense that there are certain things that essentialism helps us with in terms of developing certain desires or motivations for something. So there's another type of psychological essentialism called life force essentialism, which I don't want to get into that now. We'll talk about it later. But for now, I want to talk about psychological essentialism, and I'm going to read.
Oh, good.
This was Paul Bloom in his book called How Pleasure Works.
Why we like what we like. I like the subtitle. So I'm going to throw that out there.
He talks about, there's a subject in one of his studies, it's a 4-year-old. Mm-hmm. And he talks about it. He gives an example of psychological essentialism. And here's what he said. So they interviewed this 4-year-old, and he was describing what he perceived to be a violent playmate. So here's what he says. The 4-year-old. Quote, Gabriel didn't just hurt me. He hurt other kids too. He's a herder. Right, Mom? He's a herder. The child, here's Bloom, the child is presumably stressing that this sort of behavior reflects.
Ironic is, like, Lauren's the herder too. He is reading stuff to us that is describing exactly who his wife is.
It's a deeper aspect of Gabriel's,
to an extent, to be doing this as well.
Nature. So what Bloom is saying that's of interest here is that if a child is on the playground, let's say we don't know the context, right?
We're going to get into
let's say that child is having a really bad day.
We're going to get into UK stalking laws. Okay, all right.
Let's say his father yelled at him that morning. Let's say his father maybe even pushed him, right? This kid Gabriel comes to school and he acts out. He hits another child.
Okay.
Maybe he pushes another child, and this 4-year-old sees it, and his conclusion is that Gabriel is essentially a herder. He's a bad kid, and you need to stay away from him. Without knowing anything about Gabriel, without knowing Gabriel's story, right? So you're going from this one particular behavior, and you're generalizing. And the important point here is that kids as young as 2 and 3 and 4, this is what they do. They start labeling and categorizing behaviors.
Okay. And putting them into categories.
Putting them in categories.
We're being mean to them. We're labeling HTC and we're putting them in categories. We're reading the room. We're reading right through them. We see what's happening, and not only that, there's receipts. There's receipts to what she did.
To make it, trying to oversimplify it, right? So you're essentially seeing, like this 4-year-old, you're seeing one particular behavior, which is this kid Gabriel hitting another kid apparently.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know why, right? We don't know the context. We don't know anything about his home life. And then a 4-year-old is drawing the conclusion that that's a bad kid.
In general terms.
In broad terms,
right?
correct.
It's oversimplifying.
Oversimplified. So what's important here
just not smart enough.
is
we're just going back to our school ground behaviors, and we're just being mean kids.
Does this happen at a young age? But it solidifies over the course of the lifespan. So in other words, adults are still looking to categorize people. The same way they're looking for a specific instance or behavior to say, that's a herder. So here's an example. Let's say someone writes some private text messages that aren't meant there with the expectation of privacy, right? And let's say those messages are part of a group where the culture of that group is to roast other people. The culture of that group is to make fun of other people and to just blow off steam, to vent, right? And let's say that...
mean girls will be mean girls.
One of those private messages, just one, or maybe a few, they're released publicly. Not to mention the ethical and moral issues about betraying someone's privacy and their friendship and trust. That's a different issue. That's more of an ethical issue, right? But so let's just say that somebody releases a private message or series of private messages and they get out to certain people. So an example of psychological essentialism is you take one of those messages out of context.
Out of context.
Meant to be private. You take one of those messages and then you develop sticky.
They were going with that these messages could have been reproduced because it was so easy to reproduce messages. But I guess they're going with, girls will be girls. We were in our private chat. We should be able to say whatever we want. We should be able to trash whichever friend we feel like we want to trash that day. We were blowing off steam. Mean girls will be mean girls.
Label that you apply to the person that wrote that private or those private messages, right? So let's say that some of those messages were snarky. Or let's say that some of those messages were edgy. Let's say they were a little biting. Maybe they were sarcastic, right? But they were in the context of a group where that wasn't to be shared. Psychological essentialism suggests that certain people will take those messages that weren't meant to be shared and they will develop categories. They will label people bad. They will label people as being immoral because of that type of behavior, without looking at the context, without considering that person's history, without considering that person's life, right? Like so it's the 4-year-old.
Okay, so it's becoming more and more clear that this is what they're trying to get ahead of, because everybody's always said they're trying to get ahead of something. So it must be something in these texts that, it's obvious that there's something in the text that she doesn't want coming out, and they're trying to soften the blow for us with, all these psychological, perspectives that we couldn't possibly understand without them explaining to us, because Dr. John is a doctor. So, yeah.
Watching one particular behavior and coming to the conclusion that Gabriel is a herter, right? And that's a moral judgment, by the way, which is going to take us to the next step of this process. So
dark humor, I'm a Gen Xer, dark humor was what we were born and fed and, thrive on. It's beautiful, right? Don't take my dark humor, sarcasm away, don't do that. But
these weren't dark humor texts. There's a difference between dark humor and mean girl.
One of the interesting things about psychological essentialism is that human beings, this is true across all cultures. This research is invariant. This research is as universal as you can get in our field, in the field of psychology. The finding is that human beings, because of psychological essentialism, they believe that we all have more or less what's called a true self.
Yeah.
So we have this core self, this true self.
I don't think we've gotten the real dark humor text yet. I do think they're about her, like people higher up in the community, like maybe Angelette Levy and those type of people, and victims. Yeah, I think that's what it is. And I think they do not want those out.
Human beings also believe that not only do we have this true self, but this true self is morally virtuous. So this is another part of the finding. So you have a true self that's essential, that self, most people believe that self in themselves and others is morally virtuous. And then we get to another piece of this puzzle. So not only do people see a true self that's morally virtuous, but they believe, because of this, they believe, human beings across all cultures believe that there's an intrinsic goodness to them. And they also believe there's an intrinsic goodness in the groups that they participate in or involved in. So I'm going to read from a book here.
Book number 2.
The psychologist Keith Payne, who summarizes this point.
What's this book?
It's called Good
number
Reasonable
2.
People. Keith Payne is a psychologist at the University of North Carolina. He's done a lot of research on social psychology. Keith Payne calls these assumptions, quote, the psychological bottom line. The psychological bottom line. What that means is Payne is saying that universally across all cultures,
it's insane that he feels more comfortable behind the Patreon, like he thinks he's not being recorded there, which, I mean, it would be stupid to be more juicy and spicy behind a paywall instead of in front of it, because people think that you're hiding, like you're not your true. I don't know. I just don't think, like, having your wife cry for 9 hours and then going behind a paywall the next day laughing and making fun of it is just a wise decision.
Always
I don't know about this yet. I have, we've got to get 3 hours and 42 minutes into it to decide about this. I don't think this is a good idea either. I think this is going to get a lot of this is just adding gas to the fire, but I guess they have to do something. They can't just go away, right? That would be too easy.
To the psychological bottom line, I'm going to read what he says. This is on page 41.
It's a book.
The first non-negotiable principle is that I am a good and reasonable person. The second principle is that, quote, my groups are good and reasonable people. He goes on. When the psychological immune system, that means defense mechanisms, that's what researchers call it.
Okay, defense mechanism.
When the psychological immune system protects us from threats, it does it by finding a way to make everything else add up to the psychological bottom line. In other words, human beings, we think that there's a true self, that it's moral and it's good, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that people perceive us as good, or to ostracize those people.
Is that not what Lauren's doing right now? She's doing everything in her power so that we perceive her as good, and to ostracize the stalker and the people that support the stalker. And we're nimbuciles and idiots because Dr. John is here schooling us. He's setting us straight with all his books.
That we don't see as good. So in other words, it's fundamental to human beings. This idea of morality is fundamental to human beings. It's a part of our makeup. It's how people see other human beings, right? I'm going to read, this is from an article by Julian de Freitas.
Okay.
Julian de Freitas teaches at Harvard. He's done a huge amount of, he's a psychologist at Harvard. He's done a huge amount of research on this idea of what he calls the good true self.
This is from Cognitive Science.
Cognitive Science.
Multidisciplinary.
2017, volume 42. I'm just reading from the abstract. Quote, here's how he summarizes it. Quote, people sometimes explain behavior by appealing to an essentialist concept of the self, often referred to as the true self. Existing studies suggest that people tend to believe that the true self is morally virtuous. That is, that deep inside, every person is motivated to behave in morally good ways. So I'm trying to establish the fact here that human beings see themselves as moral creatures. We operate on moral ground typically, and that's how we evaluate other people, right? That's how we kind of live our lives. I'm going to go further with this idea. So there's been some interesting research by Strominger and Nichols. This is from an article called Neurodegeneration and Identity. It is 2015 from Psychological Science. What they did in this study is they looked at a bunch of people that had traumatic brain injuries or dementia, and they were trying to evaluate that when somebody is basically losing their identity because of dementia, when they're losing their memory, do other human beings evaluate them in terms of memory loss or some other way?
Yeah.
And incredibly, what they found, what they discovered is that as long as the person perceived some type of moral foundation that still, or moral part of the person, foundation that still existed in the person, they then saw that person as still being the same. If they had no memory of who they were, and there was no ability for the person with the dementia to still hold on to any type of moral principles or moral behaviors, then they didn't see that as the same person. So in other words, what they found was it wasn't memory that determined whether you see someone with dementia or a brain injury in the same way. It was morality. It was morals.
That's how strong.
That's how strong this is, right?
That's how we are judging.
So let's go back.
We're assessing.
I'm going to just quote from this article, Neurodegeneration and Identity. Quote, this is from page 1477. Quote, the current results support the essential moral self hypothesis. As long as core moral capabilities are preserved, perceived identity remains largely intact. So in other words, as long as one's core moral capabilities are preserved, even if you have brain injury, memory loss, dementia, right, any type of dementia, as long as...
Actually, I heard that he had been reported, somebody said a little birdie came into chat, and Dr. John was reported to the board for ethics violations. He needs to stop digging their graves. I don't know. See, I was really hoping that they would stop, because I really think they are digging their graves. And I think they're even digging the end to their own relationship, because I don't think a relationship, anyway, I don't know if I could find, if I would have filed a complaint, but I have heard that. And it just seems like I had heard that he had, in Lauren's statement to the courts, acted as if he was her psychologist, and in fact, he's her husband. So that is like a conflict of ethics in the most profound way. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone did report him, to be honest. And this is the internet. And I wouldn't be surprised if many people reported him.
People perceive you have moral capabilities. They still believe it's you. They still believe it's your identity.
Okay.
Let's go a step further with this idea.
It's only going to make it
There's
worse.
a fascinating study from Hochstedler et al. From 2009. The title of this article is "That's Not Who I Am: How Offenders Commit Violent Acts and Reject Authentically Violent Selves." I think the title speaks for itself. The finding of the story is that even the most hardened violent criminals go to extreme lengths to see themselves as good, reasonable people. It goes back.
Could be easily describing our Lauren here, because everything he is saying can pop right back to Lauren, and everything they're doing, I feel, is making things 10 times worse. Because I mean, look what we had today. We had Turtle Boy on air with drawn eyebrows like Lauren, and it's just going to go downhill from there for them. I'm positive of it.
Back to Payne's fundamental psychological principle.
Yeah.
I'm going to read here. I'm going to read a little bit from the study just to make this point, page 510.
No, I don't think
Quote,
she is either.
The assessment.
I think she's lying to him about something. And this is still just, we're still on the tip of the iceberg. I think we're in the early morning, the early moments of this whole saga. I suspect.
Of a nonviolent character is a foundation or core belief upon which inmates' rationalizations were constructed. With it, violence is framed as transient and situational, and thus could not be accurately viewed as a trait or defect.
When she did her 9-hour live, she reminded me of Chris Watts and his summit on the porch when he nearly ate his lips off. She was nearly eating her lips off.
Offender.
Okay.
By relying on a variety of situational justifications for their violence, offenders resisted internal and external labels of being violent, at least as they defined it. They engaged in violence, but distanced themselves from it by pointing to situations or circumstances that caused their actions. So, what does this mean?
Yeah.
In my opinion, this is describing both of them. This is both sides. I don't think Christina is completely innocent in this either. I mean, I don't think like the TikToks, but I also get to where you're just so fed up with somebody. You're so tired of people seeing them and saying, oh, she's such a good person, where you know the real person and you know they're not a good person, but you look like a real asshole if you're the one saying, nah, they're not a good person. But you're just so sick of it. And that's where I feel like Christina was. And she's like, you know what? I'm going to blow off steam. I'm going to do this second TikTok and I'm going to show like whoever might come across it, who she really is. And it's turned into this. It's turned into the classic. I've seen it before where over on a subreddit, it's really small, but people are like talking about somebody and they don't like it and they try to shut it down. And this is just another scale of that, in my opinion. But, Dr. John is in the beginning schooled us on that's just playground, mean girl. This isn't mean girl. Or does that come later? And I watched a brief portion, like a 2 or 3 minute, when he talks about mean girl behavior and how we all just think this is mean girl behavior, but it's something more. I think that's coming in a minute.
It means that there's this deep propensity for human beings to see others as moral, to judge them as moral, and to see themselves as good, and to judge others as either good or bad, right? In other words, I guess the way to put this is the fundamental theater in which human beings operate, which is the world. Let's call it the theater, I guess, because we all have different.
To be honest, neither one of them look well. She doesn't look right. Her face looks really pinched and nervous, and you can tell he's got his blood pressure is going because he's got these red cheeks going on. Although I've never watched them, they were never my cup of tea. So I've seen them, like I know who they are. I probably couldn't have told you their names, but I know who they are, and I haven't watched them for any period of time. But neither one of them look comfortable.
Is a morality play. We live, most of us, because we put so much emphasis on morality, we essentially live in a morality play in our daily lives all the time. And this has to do with, you see this everywhere, right? People judging others, people gossiping, people spreading rumors.
Sounds like Chad Daybell's light or dark scale, I'm going to be honest.
Well, that's part of this. That's right. That's part of this.
You're either good or you're bad.
So let's get back to Brad Pitt. So now that I've talked about these ideas of what's called the essential moral self.
We're not done with Brad Pitt.
Let's get back to Brad Pitt.
Okay.
I really think Amber Heard and Johnny Depp would be a better analogy, Dr. John.
So Brad Pitt has this allegation.
I think Brad's cute, but
yeah, that's
and
fine.
I think he's a great actor.
That's fine. Yeah.
But I haven't assessed him the way you have. I know you've always loved Brad Pitt and his craft.
Let's go back to Brad Pitt. So, and I don't want to minimize what happened, right? Like, if in fact he did abuse, or right, that's appalling. I'm obviously never.
We don't know what happened.
We don't know. I'm never going to support that, right? But the point is, back in 2016 when this happened, what you get in these types of situations is you get this large kind of morality played. What you get, the best way I could describe it is that people become involved in what I would call a moral crusade.
Mm-hmm.
And the moral crusade is, I think the moral crusade exists mainly because humans are very prone to making moral judgments. And as I just said, and when they perceive someone as bad, or when someone is labeled as bad, the goal ultimately is to ostracize them from the group or groups, right? And so that in essence is an attempt to cancel someone. You label someone bad, you get them ostracized from groups, you ruin their reputation, right? Part of that was going on with Brad Pitt. And you might say, okay, so who cares? Why? Let's say this is a moral crusade, that people are trying to paint Brad Pitt as evil, so he never works again in Hollywood. They're trying to get him canceled, right?
Right.
To punish him for his so-called
moral
shortfalls. Moral shortcomings. And
is he?
I think there's something really interesting here that we need to consider that applies to our situation, and this is where this is important.
Because I'm really trying to figure out how he's applying it to their situation. I'm really trying to wrap my mind around this analogy, and I'm having a hard time with it. Let's see what you guys are saying. I can't wait for Kresha to do her live on Sunday. I'm not really sure who Kresha is. I think I might. Is she the one with the red lipstick? I didn't expect him to be the alpha. I kind of did, but I also kind of feel like she tries to make him think he's the alpha, but I think also she runs the show. Like, she sneakily knows how to run things, but she makes him think he's the alpha. I really enjoyed Dr. John's discussions, but he has been greatly absent on the channel. That's what I've been hearing. Like, he's been MIA. And I think that's why he came out with, she's been feeding me and stuff in the beginning. I'm not into her as much as her subject matter. She's never really appealed to me. He treats her like shit, surprisingly. He talks down to her normally. Every time he chimes in, he says, okay, back to what I was saying. She also looks a little bored with it. Like, somebody did say that she'll look to us like, and she does, she'll look to us like, see, he's validating me. But also you can tell she's a little bit bored. Like, she's like us, even I have a psychology degree, and my eyes glaze over when people start using these words. Like, I don't want to hear that. I feel like I'm in a freaking lecture again. No, thank you. Thank you. I'll pass. Yes, he does talk down to her, and Kresha is Kay's daughter, JJ's. Oh, okay. Oh, is it gonna, because I saw a bit of I saw gosh, there's so many names floating through my head. Colby Ryan. I saw Colby Ryan fly through her live, that 9 hour, and a few other of the victims. So and I saw, who was Lori's niece, the one that has her own show. I saw her come up and defend Lauren too. So it just seems like they're all defending her. So is Kresha going to do the same?
The problem Angelina Jolie had in trying to make this a moral crusade.
Come on,
Is
Dr.
that-
John, bring this analogy home for us, because I still think this is an Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation. Bring it home for us. And I'm saying Amber Depp and Lauren is Amber and Christina is Johnny. So bring it home with the Brad Pitt Angelina analogy.
The Brad Pitt has this body of work, which is indisputably good, right? He's got this body of work, and he's becoming an actor that's mastering his craft. That's why I'm interested in the guy. Like, I love watching people master a craft.
You always say, make good art.
Right. I love excellence, right? And so I strive for that myself.
Says the valedictorian who got accepted to Harvard, Princeton, Yale, and Columbia, and said no to most of them. Sorry. I'm going to brag. But he's not a real psychologist, guys. Just pretend.
I love people.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I love people that strive for excellence. I see Brad Pitt.
Goody. I love passive aggressiveness. Thank you, Lauren. We get what you're laying down.
Fitting that mold, right? And
Yeah.
so when she shifts this debate into it, makes it a moral crusade, there's a big problem. And that problem is the Brad Pitt's body of work and the quality of his work are indisputably good. I mean, you know what? Some critics may disagree with me. I'm sure there's
Megan. So I would have never came up with that name. Thank you. Megan.
critics that hate Brad Pitt. They think he's a hacked actor, but I'm not one of those, right? And so if the goal is to cancel Brad Pitt and you're a fan of Brad Pitt, like I am, my response to that was, okay, maybe he's got some problems in his personal life. Maybe whatever, I'm not excusing it. Maybe he feels overwhelmed by having all these kids, a massive career, be one of the biggest stars in the world.
All right, my friend. Well, you have won me over to Kesha. I can't wait to what is Sunday, Kesha. I'll look for that. Thank you for the heads up.
You and I
think he's admitted to alcoholism. He's struggling with addiction.
Right.
He's certainly not perfect. He's got some issues.
You and I
His life is messy.
You and I are such, whatever the celebrity scale is, you and I are like a pittance compared to Brad Pitt, right? I can't even imagine.
Yeah, we're not a thing.
I can't even imagine the stress and expectations and criticism this guy has to deal with, right? Like, I don't think
So, but what about Angelina Jolie, the one that was actually the victim? What about her?
I can imagine that. I can't imagine that for Taylor Swift, like some of the biggest stars in the world. The Rock, I don't know how they handle all this stuff.
I don't either.
I really don't, right? So
This
like,
is a horrible analogy.
so my thing is, so this is happening, there's stuff before about affairs, and I'm just like, the guy does good work. I love the fact that this guy is trying to master his.
So is he telling us who cares who Lauren is behind the scenes? She's, girls are girls. They're going to just blow off steam and text and private text. And she does good work. She does good work. I've had a few comments in my last video saying, well, she was always professional. Well, yeah. She said so. She said she was professional in front of the camera and not so behind the camera. She said so. Yeah, she was. But is that the right way to be? Is it okay to be professional in front of the camera, to be a fake person, and then behind be who you really are? I mean, I don't understand.
Craft, right? What I care about is the quality of his work.
His art, his craft.
The quality of his work.
Maybe.
And so I think it's interesting.
But really, Brad Pitt hasn't even come back from it yet. But I guess she's Brad Pitt. Lauren is Pitt. Lauren Pitt.
That in our current, it's interesting that like Brad Pitt being accused of abuse in 2016.
But for me, she's Lauren Heard. She's Lauren Turd. That's who she is. Lauren Turd.
That the situation you're in, this whole smear campaign from the start, that every bit of this is about a moral referendum on you and your character. Every bit of this is become a moral crusade, right? And what I find fascinating about that,
how does he weigh in on Kevin Spacey, I wonder?
because he does great work. I mean, Kevin Spacey is a great actor, but I mean, behind the scenes.
That this debate is not happening in the realm of, oh, what's the quality of Lauren's work? What's the quality of true crime's work, right? Like,
Right.
I could argue with Brad Pitt, for example, that this attempt to shift the debate to this moral crusade, to this moral issue, but it's certainly an attempt to shift the debate away from his work as an artist and an actor to something else, to something about his character, to something about his morals and his right. And the question is, so, and by the way, with you weren't accused, you've never done anything like that ever. Like, you've never done anything wrong.
Well, my eyebrows are a sin.
Right. Yeah. You
Your eyebrows are something, and you've got Turtle Boy over there drawing those eyebrows. That made me spit coffee this morning when I saw Turtle Boy with his eyebrows. And I don't typically laugh at people the way people look, but those eyebrows, you know what they remind me of? They remind me, I don't know if anyone watches Sister Wives, but they remind me of Robin Brown eyebrows. If you know, you know.
Have to shave those. You know, we've received.
And I love myself some Botox.
We've received some emails. I think there's I want to read a comment we received by Pinata Samurai. I love that name, by the way. Thanks, Pinata Samurai.
This is a comment.
This is a comment that I love that summarizes this whole thing up. We received a brilliant text a brilliant message in comments from one of our viewers. And here's what Pinata Samurai
weird
said.
How she's like smiling and then she like straightens herself up and the smile fades and she looks at the camera and then goes back down. I've noticed she's done a lot of those things where she'll be looking at them and then she'll look at the camera and the smile fades. It's weird.
Love the name, by the way.
I know. Pinata Samurai. It's so great. Next time I go to a pinata party with our son, I'm going to call myself Pinata Samurai. Quote, even if you were the devil himself.
Body experts talk about that. Like, I think, remember it was at Jimmy Carter's funeral, and I forget which wife it was, but one of them, when somebody was directly in her sight, she would have this hugely fake, who is it? I can't even remember who did this, hugely fake smile. But the moment they weren't like engaged in eye contact anymore, the smile would fade to a scowl. It's kind of what she's doing.
I'd still watch you. You're brilliant at what you do. You and your husband both. Right? And so the reason that's relevant.
I'm not the devil.
The reason that's relevant, I know you're not the devil. It's making a point. Obviously, you're not the devil. Only when you lock me in my cage in the garage.
You know.
The reason why that's brilliant is because I think it really gets to the core of this debate, just like Brad Pitt, right? Why isn't anybody debating this on the terrain of our work? Why is this being litigated as a moral referendum, right? And there's another question in here. If you're going to engage in a moral crusade, which is what all the people in this smear campaign have done, if you're going to do that, you're going to have some moral authority, right? The other part of engaging in a moral crusade is you need probably some bank account, some credits, some moral credits to bolster your position, right? Like, and think about that with your situation, right? Like, does someone who was kicked out of the Daybell trial for violating a number of court regulations multiple times, does that person have moral authority to comment on your character?
I'm not going to say.
How about this? Somebody who took your phone without your consent and went through your phone and the financials that were in your phone, this person knew that they were never to access our financials. That's our business.
Okay, so they're saying that who are they to talk about us, that you need, what is that analogy about glass houses? And can't think of it, but they're saying we should take a look at our own shit before we look at their shit. But she's the one that brought her shit to us. I wasn't looking at her shit before this. I didn't even know really who she was. She was the one that did her 9-hour whatever. And so, yeah, I'm going to look at her shit. This is BS. This is gaslighting BS. This is gaslighting 101. If you want to know how to gaslight a person, go follow Dr. John, I would say.
Gets in your phone, looks at your financials without your consent. Does that person have the moral authority to engage in a moral crusade?
This is Lauren abusing the court system. And when people are like really fed up with it, because I really believe that she's abusing the court system, that she's trying to silence somebody using stalker means. And this, she really, what she should be doing is defamation. And that's very expensive. So they're trying to do it the backdoor way, the stalker way. And she's abusing the system. And what she's making it harder for actual victims. And it really pisses me off.
To ruin you. Or how about this? Someone who makes comments on a TikTok about your brother in a coma and how you want to non-consensually try to obtain your brother's sperm.
Barely anyone knew about it. Very few people knew about it. She like just the other day, I think she even had under 1,000 people over on that TikTok. She is the one that has brought the attention to all of this. She's the one that served a stalking order at freaking CrimeCon in front of Anjanette Levy. This is her doing. Gosh, sorry, I'm getting mad.
That person have the moral authority to engage in a crusade, a moral crusade to ruin your character. Or how about this? Somebody who follows you around the courthouse, videotaping you, video recording you, constantly getting in your face, and because of that type of behavior, is not allowed to attend the memorial service that you put on. You helped
I
organize.
Participated in helping organize. My dear friend actually.
Does that person have the moral authority?
Hold on. Sorry, I knocked myself right off the stage. Well, I mean, if she put on the memorial, no wonder she wasn't allowed to come. It's not like it was like a big decision. It was her decision not to allow somebody to come. It's not like it was any like law, like the police said, oh, you can't come because of the behavior, your behaviors. That was Lauren's decision alone. Oh.
To engage in this moral crusade against you, right? So my point is that if you're going to engage in a moral crusade, you better be squeaky clean. And my point is that we all have flaws.
You're getting to the parable in the Bible, whoever hasn't sinned, cast the first stone. It's a good one.
We all have flaws. We all have imperfections.
It's an excellent one, but you brought this to us. You brought it to us. You should have taken it in front of the court system like you had, like you were so terrified. You should have, this needs to be in front of the court. And you're the one that brought it to the internet. This is all you. And now you're trying to put it back on us. It's so typical. I just can't stand this behavior in people. This is Karen behavior.
And so people make mistakes. You've made some mistakes here. You've acknowledged that. The question is that if you're going to engage in this type of moral crusade, that at some level you're going to need some moral authority to do that. And what does that even mean? I mean, I could talk for the next 5 hours about what moral authority means. We could talk about morality. I won't. I'll just say this.
Morality to everyone is different, right? What is moral and what isn't?
I'll just say this.
Different to each person.
That moral authority is derived from a couple of places. It's derived from your behavior, and it's derived from the community in which that behavior occurs, right? You get moral authority because the community confers it on you for either good or bad behavior, let's say, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it's interesting that everyone involved in the smear campaign is claiming this moral high ground, and they're claiming this moral authority
I don't know anybody that's claimed this. I don't know anybody that has claimed this moral high ground. In fact, most of the people that I know that I talk to who talk about, true crime, they're for the grace of God I've done some pretty crazy things in my life. I'm interested in true crime because I could have ended up anywhere in my life. I could have been anything, I've lived on the wild side. I've lived on the straight and narrow side. I've lived in between, I'm not having this fuss and fight with somebody, and I didn't bring my stuff to the internet in a 9-hour live. I'm flabbergasted. I am, but I shouldn't be. Why am I flabbergasted? Because this woman did a 9-hour gaslighting live, and now of course they're going to be doing a 3 edited whatever this is. Ugh.
To engage in this,
Gotta calm down. Hold on a second. I got a baby bird that's sleeping. I don't want to wake him up. Whew, why am I getting so angry about this? It's so like I'm shocked. I really didn't think that a professional would take this route.
To engage in this smear campaign and bullying and stalking against you because they're morally correct.
Oh,
right?
I know.
Because they're right. They're going to show, they're desperately trying to show.
I do miss college and philosophy classes and debate classes and just like really going at it with each other. But then still, I remember I went to college in the 90s, so we'd really go at it with each other. I marched DC, did some take back the night rallies, and but we would debate and philosophize. Sorry, I have a hard time saying that word. I'm not even going to say it, but we would do that kind of stuff, and we would really get hot and heated and heavy, and then we'd go out and party and have fun with each other. Like, it's just a different day and age now. People can't just have different opinions and it be okay. And this is like one of those things where everything they're describing on here, it's them. They're describing themselves. Like they're pointing their fingers at us with their finger pointing right back at themselves, and they don't even see it.
You've done something wrong, that you're a bad person, and you should be canceled.
Professional.
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
also this,
It's also the middle of the night, and I'm having a hard time talking tonight. But anyway, I'm just like, how do I can't even say that word. I'm going to say it while this is playing and come back and say it.
All good or all bad. I mean, that's what you were saying at the beginning of this.
That gets into psychological essentialism.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so it's like the fourth grader. It's like the fourth grader watching.
The 4-year-old.
I mean, I'm sorry. I meant the 4.
Yeah, even worse.
It's like the 4-year-old watching a little child punch another kid. Maybe the Gabriel had a bad day, and then coming to the conclusion that's a herder. This is a version of that. And by the way, part of the reason that's important is because there is.
I have been sitting here trying to say philosophize, and it comes out falafel. But anyway, I'm not going to try to say it anymore. I'm going to let that one go so I can listen to this and get back. I think I have a little ADHD too, because this live is boring me and I'm like going off into too many places. So I need to focus. This is what happened when I would sit in classes and my mind would go off and I'd be trying to say words that the professor said that I can't say, but in my mind I can say them, but when I say them out loud, they don't come out. Is anyone else like that? When people are saying things that are boring them, they just go off into these crazy la 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 la. But okay, center, Amy, center. Here we go. Where is he at? Did he ever bring home the Brad Pitt analogy story? Did that ever come home, or are we still in the middle of it? Where are we?
Tremendous amount of immaturity here, right? Like, these smear people are engaged. We've seen so many comments about this, that how childish this is, how middle schoolish this is, right? And it's almost like you're taking that 4-year-old and you're showing the 4-year-old one text that may have been a little snarky, and the 4-year-old's coming to the conclusion, oh, that's a herder, right? It's a similar dynamic.
Oh, okay. We're on the text, and that she should be allowed to write mean text in private.
which you should with your friends. You really should, but you should really limit that to your bestie friends, maybe not the people that you just meet. Like maybe that's part of professionalism. Maybe not being snarky with somebody that you just meet, right? Not laying out all the juicy detail, your juicy thoughts about people when you first meet them. Maybe save those for your besties or even your husband. I don't know. Just a thought.
So I think there's a couple of issues here that are worth talking about. One is that there's a deliberate attempt here, I think, to shift this debate away from your work, our work, the quality of our work.
Mhm.
Like technically, Brad Pitt, I don't really care what's going on in his personal life.
We're not done with the Brad Pitt analogy. So what he's really saying is what Lauren does personally, we shouldn't care about, even though she brought a 9-hour live to us and told us about this personal stuff, that it's, we should just MYOB if we don't agree, right? Rules for thee, not me.
I'm just interested in his mastery of acting and his journey towards mastery. And I've been invested in that for a long time. As a matter of fact, I have a quote from a critic. This is recently. So Brad Pitt did a recent movie called F1, which I loved, by the way. I thought he was great. I mean, it wasn't much of a stretch for him. It was probably a very easy role, but he was fantastic. I love the movie.
John.
It was exciting. Anyway, there's a critic. Her name is Angelica
I
Bastian.
can't even say it right. Jay for Justice says it the best. Every time she says John, or I can't. I'm really bad at accents too. Don't try. I don't even try to do the English accents or anything like that. But John, I can't even say it how she says it. She draws out all of her vowels, I've noticed.
And she apparently does some movie reviews for The Vulture.
Okay.
Look at all that cash coming
And
through.
I guess part of the debate that was going on with F1 was around this idea of, well, what if he's an abuser? Should we give any credence to this movie or to Brad Pitt as an actor? Like, shouldn't we it was about canceling him, essentially. And here's what she said.
Okay.
She said, quote, "It isn't that people don't believe what happened to Jolie on that plane. It's just that they don't care." And why is that important? Because what this critic is saying is the people understand that the humans make mistakes. Humans are imperfect. And if you want to make this into a moral crusade, then in many ways you're really negating the important point, which is
This is a bad analogy. So he's saying that for a minute, I thought he was saying that Lauren was Angelina and that we just really didn't care about Lauren's abuse. But no, Lauren's still Brad, that we should just be forgiving of Brad of this abuse because, he's really brilliant and talented and he has a good body of work. And we just need to pay attention to their work now. Forget about the 9-hour live.
Brad Pitt is an artist who creates art. He's an actor who acts. Maybe that's the realm where he should be evaluated. Maybe that's what the critic's saying. Maybe we should pay attention to his role in this movie and whether the movie is good and how well he's acting, how well he acted in it, rather than litigating something from 2016, which, although potentially horrible, it doesn't affect his acting. I mean, it may have. It probably affected him psychologically. I'm sure.
What about Kevin Spacey? I really want to know how he feels about Kevin Spacey.
He was hurt by it, maybe. I don't know. I presume. And so here with us, this whole smear campaign has been a referendum.
What about Puff Daddy, what about Puffy? What about his body of work and what he's done? How about him?
On your character. It's been a referendum. It's been a moral referendum on you and who you are, rather than a critique or analysis of your work. And so I'm fascinated by that because it's hard not to say that the reason that debate, the reason why this has nothing to do with your work, although I will say we have gotten a lot of emails from people that are very praiseworthy of our work and that see this for what they see, that you've done nothing wrong. And even if you made a few mistakes, they're willing to forgive you because, as Pinata Samurai said, she loves your work. Right? I'm going to read a message we just got today.
Okay.
I'm not going to say the name.
I didn't notice it until Jay for Justice pointed it out, but she uses ChatGPT for a lot of her work. Her scripts, they do sound very ChatGPT. So, I mean, which is fine because I use ChatGPT, but I'm always arguing with ChatGPT because I want to make it sound exactly like my tone of voice. The only thing I ask ChatGPT to do is to clean up my grammar and spelling because I have real issues with that. But I can really tell she does use she does lean into the ChatGPT, which is fine. But it just means anybody can do it.
I don't know if I'm authorized, but she says, quote,
thank you
hello,
so much.
I want to tell you how much I appreciate the quality, credibility.
Thank you so much, Mama. Mom interrupted. I really do appreciate this. Thank you for the late night coverage. I could not just let this go and go to bed like most people did afterwards. So infuriating. And I was sleeping. I've been falling asleep as soon as the baby bird goes to bed. I've been falling asleep about 7 and waking up about 3 or 4. So here I am. I'm glad you're here with me.
And positive nature of your work. You don't deserve the abuse you're experiencing. I love that because it's the same thing that Pinata Samurai is saying. It's the same thing that Brad Pitt's movie critic is saying. It's if you reframe this as a moral crusade and not about the quality of your work, it's easier to win to the smear people. It's easier to win that argument because human beings are drawn to that moral crusade. They're drawn into that morality play. For me, I'm less interested in his biography and I'm more interested in his actual art.
Yeah.
And I want to evaluate him on that terrain.
Fair.
Rather than in terms of morality, right? But it shows that human beings have this knee-jerk reaction to go after moral issues.
Yeah.
In fact, like this whole idea of cancel
bringing this one home. Is this one going to be put to bed in a second? Because
culture, this whole idea of harming people on the internet is based on
this a bad one.
This idea of humans being moral creatures on moral crusades, trying to assert their moral superiority.
Because everything he said, Lauren's also doing to Christina. They're both doing it back and forth. But in my opinion, Lauren has a greater following. And so it's more dangerous what Lauren's doing to this small content creator. She's taken a friendship gone bad and brought it public. And now Dr. John is publicly shaming us for having an opinion on it. That's not supporting them. That's not supporting Amber Turd, Lauren Turd.
Yeah.
With or without, most often without moral authority, but a moral authority is a tricky issue. So I don't want to get into that too much. I mean, because, ironically, I think some of the people on the smear campaign would say that their moral authority comes from God. And so I think that in the smear campaign, I think there's a religious component, right? So if you have God on your side and you're right, so being right in this case means that they're morally superior and they're right because they're trying to show that you are immoral and that you have poor character and therefore you should be canceled. And they're trying to show that with evidence.
Nobody's trying. Lauren did it to herself. Lauren's the one that brought it forward and displayed it to all of us. Nobody would have really known about this if she hadn't done this 9-hour live. I will not be shamed for Lauren's 9-hour live. I just won't.
It's flimsy at best, or with evidence that, with evidence that you've seen and apologized for. I mean,
yeah.
But I just think that's problematic. So let's take it a step further.
I really think what he's doing is problematic. And I just think he's going to regret it later on. And look how red his face is getting. His face is getting redder and redder.
So people are going to say, oh, what? So
Also, he reminds me of my ex-stepdad. He used to have this kind of comb over that this guy has. It's like, makes your head look a little like a helmet.
what? All right. So people
His
can
name was
so
Clyde.
people engage in this moral
My
crusade.
ex-stepdad's name was Clyde, and he had this helmet. And he used to use Aquafina hairspray, and he would comb it over. That's what that reminds me of.
And people see themselves as good fundamentally and moral, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Right. So, okay. So
How could
Brad Pitt,
we?
May have done this abusive thing. Maybe some people think they should cancel him for that. Maybe they don't care about his work, right? Like, so people.
Although
are saying,
I am watching their chat a little bit, and I saw somebody just became a hidden gem up here, and they are getting some stickers and stuff still. So I mean, there's always going to be simps, I guess. Being a content creator, like I said, you see fake people get ahead, and you've just got to bite your tongue. Kind of like what Lori did. People are like wondering, Lori, the lawyer, how she possibly bit her tongue and didn't sue her, Lauren, for what she did with her book. But when you're a smaller content creator and larger ones kind of do these things, you really do have to bite your tongue over certain things, and it sucks. And it kind of feels like karma has come to knock on their door, and I do get a little bit of satisfaction when I see karma at play.
Maybe, all right. So they're going after you for being immoral or whatever. People are trying to cancel you. Why should we care?
I'm calling them comb over. It looks like a comb over
And
to
I want
me.
to point out, I've canceled businesses because their values don't adhere to mine. I mean, that's fair, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, right. If people
not canceled, not like gone on and tried to start a smear campaign, but learned maybe a business isn't one I want to support.
I'm not suggesting.
And if people feel that about us, I get it.
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not saying. I'm pointing out the disparity between focusing almost exclusively on moral issues,
Right.
versus ignoring the work.
Right.
That if you see someone as deeply immoral and there's evidence of that, not preconceived notions of it,
Mhm.
then yeah, I think sure, people have the right to judge things as being immoral and not consistent with their values, and then not caring, like not paying attention to someone's work. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, there's certain people like me, there might be moral questions around Brad Pitt, but it doesn't really affect me. I'm not really interested in his personal life.
For you, it's about his
work, right?
Such
Now,
a
there might
bad
be some people that say,
analogy.
oh my gosh, I'm never going to see another movie by him. That's their choice.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. There's some businesses I thought, I don't want to, support that business because maybe I found out their founder isn't someone who holds my, same beliefs, and then I'll end up actually supporting them because they make a good chicken sandwich. So it happens.
So the next step in this is if humans are essentially moral creatures, and that's how we see the world.
Everybody has to make their own decisions. There are certain places where I won't eat because of however I feel, but I don't expect other people to make those same choices. There's certain actors and actresses that I wouldn't support, but if you support them, but I don't know, this is like a really bad look. And I woke the baby bird up. So I'll be right back. I got to go get him up. I'm going to leave this play, but I'm listening.
World and evaluate them. We all want to be good. The question is, one of the questions that arises from that is, how do we maintain that? So when there's threats to our moral character, how do we maintain that perspective? How do we see ourselves as good? And the answer is there's something called the cognitive response principle.
Okay.
The cognitive response principle basically says that any information you get is only going to confirm whatever beliefs or perspectives you have. So in other words, you can get information that contradicts your identity or your view of the world, and you're going to disregard it. You don't care, right? Because what you're gonna do, the cognitive response principle basically says that all persuasion is self-persuasion, meaning you're gonna get that information, you're gonna come up with a lot of reasons why it's wrong, even though it's correct. Somebody gives you evidence of something, you're gonna come up with a lot of reasons about why that's wrong and why you're still a good person. There's also something we talk about all the time, which is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is you take evidence or information, you find the parts that confirm your view, you disregard the parts that don't,
Right.
and all of a sudden you still believe the same thing.
Right.
So part of this is that if you're that 4-year-old kid who thinks that Gabriel's a herter, and let's say that kid grows up with Gabriel, let's say he lives in the same neighborhood. That kid at 4,
Boy, we're back to Gabriel now, huh? We're off the pit. Now we're back to Gabriel. Boy.
4 thinks Gabriel's a herter. Every bit of information that 4-year-old gets from there on out until they're adults, he could use to either confirm that view, or he could get information that Gabriel, in fact, is a really good kid. He's in the Boy Scouts. But you might take, let's say, he would take that information and disregard it and tell you why Gabriel is still such a bad kid.
Because you could also say, oh, he's in the Boy Scouts, not good. Depending on how you see it.
On the whole, like, scale of things, do I think Lauren is evil? Like Lori Vallow? Evil? No. But do I think she's like a person I would ever want to have a friendship with? Absolutely not. After learning about what she does to her friends. No, thank you. And so would I want to spend time watching somebody that on YouTube that I wouldn't want to have a friendship with, or if I wouldn't even want to be in the same room with? No. And I think that's what a lot of people are waking up to. Like, she seemed like their friend, but would they want to be friends with that? And I think Dr. John is trying to minimize this, and it's not a good look. These analogies are, you could like take up a mirror, hold it up to Lauren, and it would be reflecting right back to John's wife, Lauren Turd.
The Boy Scouts, or how you want to see Gabriel, to your point.
I'm using that. Yeah, that's true.
But it's good. That was actually a great example. Depending on how you want to see this, good or bad, is how you'll connect the dots to confirm your bias to Gabriel or to create a new view.
Oh, there's 12 books?
Right. And this is
We've only had 2 books so far. There's 10 more books? Wow. But we are we're not even an hour into it yet. I'm trying not to stop it too much.
It's important because if people are engaged in a smear campaign and they get information that contradicts their belief, they're going to ignore it.
Correct.
They're going to stand their moral ground. They're going to stay with their moral superiority. They're going to remain in their self-righteous perspective because they have a moral authority.
They'll twist the evidence. They'll edit the evidence.
They'll edit it. They'll twist it. They're going to show you
the evidence out of context.
Right. They're going to show you whatever they want to show.
I've not done that yet. I've just shown what is. We don't even have to twist anything. It's already twisted. We're just trying to untwist it, to be honest.
Show you because of confirmation bias and the cognitive response principle. So no matter what information you give them, it's not going to move the needle. It's not going to impact their perspective that you're a bad person and you're immoral. And they have to fight that battle on that moral terrain, because more than likely it's going to be much more difficult to fight it on the terrain of content and the quality of content.
Honestly, I was afraid to start this live because I was kind of tired, kind of not tired. I was afraid I was going to fall asleep during it. There's no falling asleep during this mess. This is just like angering, BS, gaslighting. I feel like I have to defend myself and I haven't done anything.
But let's move on. So that's important to know because this is why when evidence comes out to the contrary, like you and I have gotten a lot of feedback from people that's been very positive about creators we've helped, about victims we've helped. They've reached, all these people have reached out to us, right? That contradicts their narrative.
Right.
And so therefore, that's information. That's evidence that contradicts their narrative about how immoral you are.
Neither. It seems to ebb and flow. Like he's like making excuses for her, putting her in the Brad Pitt, Gavin, or whatever that other kid, the kid he keeps bringing up, analogy. And now he's like kind of bringing down the gavel on her.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, they're going to use confirmation bias and they're going to use cognitive response principle to negate or deny or minimize or delete all of that information that could change their perspective, right? That's how you continue on a smear campaign.
Yeah.
You put it on moral terrain, you disengage from any contrary evidence, and that's how you keep going.
Yes, I'm in Florida, but we do have a lot of Aussies that stop by here because we cover the Watts case, and a lot of you guys like the Watts case.
In fact, that's how you escalate. But let's take the next step in this analysis, and this is a step I love. There's something called the fundamental attribution error.
Okay.
The fundamental attribution error is probably one of the fundamental principles of psychology. It's been proven over and over again by research.
Okay.
It's if there's such thing as a law in the field of psychology, this would be close to that.
Okay.
Another law. There's a psychologist recently deceased, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi is his name. He used to teach at the University of Chicago. He taught flow. He wrote about flow. He's the kind of the father of that. He believed that Lord Acton's law was also a similar law. Lord Acton's law, I'm just throwing this out there to give you an example of another law in psychology. Lord Acton's law says that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Absolute power
corrupts
absolutely.
So Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi believed that was the law. This is another, what I would consider to be close to a law of human behavior. Fundamental attribution error. So what is the fundamental?
John's deep, isn't he? John, that was so deep she had to repeat it.
The fundamental attribution error says that human beings overestimate the importance of personality in explaining behavior as opposed to the situation. So let me repeat that. That human beings, whenever something occurs, human beings prefer to explain events in terms of personality rather than the situation. So the evidence for the fundamental attribution error, for example, would be the famous Milgram experiments where you shock people because the experimenter is in the position of an authority figure wearing a lab coat, and he says, basically shock this person until they're screaming in pain, and subjects do it. They do it because of the situation, not because they're bad people.
Yeah.
There's the Stanford
Oh, she was writing snarky texts because of the situation, not because she was a bad person. What is he trying to tell us here? Because these analogies are getting to be a lot, aren't they, Junie? Sorry, mommy needs to take it down a little bit. You're right. I will calm it down. I will be calm. I will be calm. But this kind of stuff fires me up.
There's experiments where people are put in the context of a prison and they start acting out like abusive prison guards, not because they're bad people, but because the prison guards are given too much authority, right? There's the Ash experiments that I've talked about on our Patreon, where groups are shown lines of different magnitudes. They're given a reference line and they're shown 3 lines of different magnitudes, and members in the group are Confederates. And they're told, hey, look,
talk about her looks. Oh, can't wait.
Look, this is clear cut. There's one line that matches the 3, but we want the Confederates to say that this line is actually the wrong line. In other words, to say that this longer line is a shorter one, and to get people in that group.
She doesn't really even look like she knows what he's trying to say either. Like, I'm trying to grasp these analogies and try to like figure it out. They're all kind of the same analogy, but the thing is that we can put Lauren in the spot as the victimizer in all of these analogies. So, and also I have a real problem with looking at somebody's body of work, but not looking at their body of who they are when they have been proven to be a bad person. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you able to look past a person's bad deeds if they do great work, which I don't even think her work is, her work is fine. Her work is fine. It's no better or worse than anybody else's work. I don't think it's outstanding, and I don't think it's crappy either. Like, it's fine. It's fine work. But are we not to look past all of this bad stuff? And also, she brought this bad stuff to us. So we're going to be shamed now for looking at this bad stuff? It makes no sense to me.
Group to believe it. And you know what? 75% of the time, one of the group members believes that the wrong line is the right line simply because of group peer pressure. Those are all examples.
What you do here is, yes, I did bad behavior. I did bad behavior, and I am sorry for that, and I will never do it again. And the only way to prove that you're sorry for it is to never do it again. And people forget that part. People forget that that's the part. That's the main part. Never do it again. Learn from your mistakes. But here he's just making excuses for her mistakes, so she's going to continue to do these things.
Of where the situation, it's not because these people have defective personalities.
No. Group peer pressure. Group peer pressure.
I don't expect
So
her
here's
to be perfect.
Here's where the fundamental.
I don't expect her to be a perfect person. But if she's saying that she did these things, she's not even saying she's sorry. She's in a private group chat. I was like, letting my hair down. I thought I could be fast and free with my words and it never come back and bite me in the ass. I'm fine. I'm a good person. Are you a good person?
Attribution error is really important in terms of this smear campaign.
Okay.
I can't stress this enough. That almost every person involved in this smear campaign talked about you positively.
Isn't there something about like one bad apple will spoil the bunch, right? What about those analogies, Dr. John? What about that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
They all talked about you in a positive light.
That's true.
Before you rejected them, before there was a change.
Some of them rejected me too.
Yeah. But the point is that you were essentially positive.
Get out there that she rejected these people, that she became an asshole to these people, and that she broke friendships. And that doesn't.
Positive, and then certain circumstances changed it, and all of a sudden you became evil, right? How is that relevant? Because they saw your personality as good. They saw you as kind.
One person that if friendship ends, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 20. Everybody's against her. And when does it become Lauren's fault?
We have messages from people proving this.
Yeah.
Until their friendship with you or their relationship with you changed. And then all of a sudden they became haters. You became bad, right? It's the fundamental attribution error.
Actually, that's a good point. That is who they are now. Kiwi says they are now a drama, grift, low-cow channel. Now it's where the money is. Yeah. But I think Dr. John is still fighting for his, he wants to be considered one of those channels that people don't laugh at now, but now people are laughing at them, and I don't think he likes it.
Do you just go? Do you just go from saying, oh, you know what? This person is so nice. One of these people that is no longer with us.
That
she said, oh, John and Lauren are angels. All right. One of these people said, oh, Lauren is so kind.
Someone just sent us, we've been getting a lot of messages, by the way, from people that know people, and thank you. Someone else sent us a message from somebody that said they are just as nice as in person as they are on their podcast. And now
you're evil. So the issue is this explains it. This law of psychology, the fundamental attribution error explains it. Is it because you have a defective personality and you're evil and immoral? No. It's the fact that the situation changed. How did it change? Because you either changed their employment, you changed your relationship with them, maybe you had a falling out in your friendship. It wasn't that your personality changed, it's that their status with you changed. And because that status changed, they hate you. So, why is this important? Because all the evidence here suggests that these people all saw you as good and moral and virtuous until something happened. They either rejected you, you rejected them, the friendship changed, right?
The situation. Not you, Lauren. It's them. It's them. It's them. It's not you, Lauren. It's not me either.
The situation changed. And so in that sense, it's really no different than the Milgram experiments, in the sense that the situation is being guided by an authority figure. That's how you get the subjects to shock people, right? It's not that the people performing the shock treatments changed their personalities. It's that the situation changed. And so the most compelling evidence and most compelling argument here is you didn't change.
Thank you.
I know you didn't change.
Someone actually tried to tell me that I'd changed. Thank you.
You didn't change at all. The situation changed. Their status and relationship with you changed. That's it. You're the same person.
Thanks. Still drive you crazy. I can still be annoying.
Yeah, right. You can be annoying, but you know what? I'm an adult. I can handle being called annoying or having people saying they're annoying. Like, that's what mature adults do. They can handle being called annoying. You can call me annoying too. You do all the time. So
you can be really annoying.
That's what grown-ups do. That's what
so
mature people do.
we're allowed to call them annoying now. That's allowed. Okay. So we're allowed to do that because grown adults do that.
They can handle being labeled something.
Yeah.
So we're covering a lot of terrain here.
Not.
Fundamental attribution is proof.
Yeah.
That you're not the one who changed. The relationship changed. You're the same person.
I noticed the cuts early on. No, this is a pre-recorded. This must have been like, you can do videos that are live premieres. So this must be a live video premiere, or unless they did it as a live and did it. Well, maybe it is a live. They could have done it as a live, pre-filmed it and put it up as a live. So I don't know which one it is, but because they're getting money over here. So it's a live something. A live
that doesn't mean you're without flaws. Doesn't mean that you're imperfect. But
I'm not perfect.
We know that.
So
there's a $50 one.
Let's stay with this idea of morality though. So with you, the fundamental attribution error basically says that you went from being a good, virtuous, moral person, and then your relationship with these people changed, and all of a sudden you're immoral, right? You're a defective character. That's the argument. It's ridiculous because every single one of these people had a change in relationship status with you, and every single one of them turned against you because of it, not because you changed. And so obviously, what does that suggest? That's envy. That's envy. We'll talk about that more later.
No.
But before we do, people still might be saying, all right, whatever, John, like, people are more creatures. They want to say
a bunch of jealous bitches.
Think they're good. They don't change their perspective of themselves. Fundamental attribution error. Okay, so what? This is the part I think that's important, because now we're going to get into why there are risks here and why this is a real problem. A lot of people, maybe not a lot, I'm sorry. There's some chatter out there that this is just like a big cat fight.
Here we are.
This is just like a bunch of mean girls going at it. There's no victimization. There's no risk of violence, right? This is just all overblown. I'm going to show you now why that's not true. There's something, I'm going to read from a book here.
In other words, you're saying that I don't have a stalker and that I did a 9-hour live crying about a cat fight.
You were faking the whole thing and you were crying about a cat fight.
Or I'm dramatic. And
we'll get to that in a little bit. There's there's a couple of psychologists, Alan Fisk and Tage Rye.
Book number 3. Like, this is the cat fight situation. This is where I clicked on and watched about 2 or 3 minutes of it.
They wrote a book called Virtuous Violence. They've done a lot of research on this, by the way. So there's empirical support for this theory.
Okay.
But I'm going to read a little bit from their book and start explaining why this moral crusade and this desire for certain party, this self-righteous moral, referendum on you is important. So here we go. Most violence, this is according to the theory by Fisk and Ray, most violence is morally motivated. People do not simply justify.
And we know that Lauren, if she were in a true stalking situation, we know that Lauren was in the most dangerous part of the stalking situation before getting the PPO, and she canceled it just before that situation and decided to go 9-hour live. But here we go.
Or excuse their violent actions after the fact. At the moment they act, people intend to cause harm or death to someone they feel should suffer or die. That is, people are impelled to violence when they feel that to regulate certain social relationships, imposing suffering or death is necessary, natural, legitimate, desirable, condoned, admired, and ethically gratifying. In short, most violence is the exercise of moral rights and obligations. Working within the framework of a relational models theory, our thesis is that people are morally motivated to do violence to create, conduct, protect, redress, terminate, or mourn social relationships with the victim or with others. We call our theory virtuous violence theory. So why is this important? It's important because there's a lot of evidence suggesting, I'm going to read a line in here that I think is really critical. In short, most violence
over in her 9-hour live comments to see if they were deleting comments, and I think they are, but I did notice she leaves a few of them in there that could be like, they're kind of bad, but you could read them either way, so she leaves those. I did notice that.
This is the exercise of moral rights and obligations, right? The reason this is important is because virtuous violence theory completely applies to your situation in the sense that the people engaging in the smear campaign feel morally justified. They feel like their moral rights were violated and they want retribution.
One of them reposted on her TikTok that we should bring back public shaming. That's kind of what you're...
Exactly.
Which is the Salem witch trials too. I mean, I guess a lot of people feel that way.
But what did you do in your 9-hour live calling somebody who hasn't been charged with stalking a stalker over 400 times? Was that morally, publicly shaming somebody for speaking their thoughts? Like it's rules for thee and not for me, over and over and over and over.
Clearly.
But the larger point here is that there's research supporting this, and that if you engage in kind of this extreme moral crusade against someone, the natural and logical conclusion to that is harm or death. And if you think about the smear campaign, so
which is true.
The stalker who
humans aren't perfect. I believe, I believe in God. I believe that we come down here to learn to be better people. And, and then the bad stuff that we create, we have to deal with later on, like through karma and stuff like that. People are people and people make mistakes, but she is no way owning her mistakes. Yet she's trying to make it seem like she owned it. Like we're in the wrong for judging this. She brought it to us and we didn't judge it in her favor. And so now somehow we're wrong and we're being lectured to by John.
who began the TikTok, she says quite clearly that her goal is to burn the kingdom down, right? It's clear that her goal is not only harm, reputational harm, emotional harm, psychological harm, but the harm that she really wants to affect is to ruin you and ruin your life and burn the whole kingdom down. Right?
I'm okay.
The goal. So what that's implying is that she won't stop until that harm is executed and complete. So if she burns the kingdom down, then she feels morally vindicated. Or if there's a death, if someone harms themselves or someone harms you, then the game's over. She's morally vindicated. Here's the problem. Here's the risk. This is why this is so risky and so important, because these people, these self-righteous, morally superior people, they want moral vindication, and they're not going to stop until they get moral vindication. And the way they get moral vindication, the way this game ends, is either you're dead or you're completely ruined. That's it. And that, by the way, is malicious intent. One of the things about stalking, and we're going to talk about the definition of stalking in a little bit, there has to be malicious intent. There has to be some intent to cause harm.
At this point, I don't even think it's Christina anymore, you guys. It's like they have opened the door to the world. They are going to get much worse stalkers than Christina. If they thought Christina was a stalker, what they are about to get is like, I don't even think they're talking about, they're trying to keep it to Christina and the women group. But at this point, we all know they're talking about other people, us, me, you, people that are commenting on this, but they're trying to make it still keep it into this tight little context of Christina, which for whatever reason, Christina's the hitman, but we all know there's more behind Christina, and now there's us. So you guys need to wake up, Dr. John and Lauren Turd. This is much bigger than just Christina.
You have it in spades here. When someone says that they want to burn your kingdom down, when they want to expose you, when they want to harm you,
it's more rhetoric.
They feel
it's more trying to get it pounded into hidden gems that stalker, 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 and that's all they'll remember, right? It's just more rhetoric. You're right.
Justified in doing it. They feel, as virtuous violence theory would predict, they feel like most violence is the exercise of moral rights and obligations. That's exactly what this is. They're exercising in their mind their moral rights and obligations because you harm them, because you're immoral, because you're a bad person, and they will not stop until their goal is met, which is to ruin you or have you end up dead. That's the goal. Let me continue with I'm going to read another part of this book that's so important. Same book, Virtuous Violence, same authors. This is page 17. Quote, virtuous violence theory proposes that the perpetrator intends to harm or kill in order to...
About Christina, when are we going to hear from Christina? I'm pretty sure she's lawyered up and her lawyer has told her to stay quiet, but I cannot wait to hear a little bit from Christina. I mean, right now they have the stage, and I think they kind of know that, and they're trying to get out as much as they can to minimize this. But man, Christina, where are you? Come on.
Constitute a social relationship to make it correspond with a prescriptive model of what the relationship ought to be, what it must be made to be. In other words, people engage in virtuous violence to get people to conform, and they want them to conform to their perception of a prescriptive model or an ideal of what they think the relationship should be.
Yeah.
That's
conformity.
That's all over this. that's all over this situation. They're evaluating you. And again, this gets to the question of moral authority. They're evaluating you against an ideal of loyalty and conformity and acquiescence and fitting in above all else. What they're not doing is they're not evaluating against, they're not evaluating against the criteria of quality work. Right. We talked about, they're not evaluating you against the criteria of creativity.
I tuned into her during the Delphi. That's where I saw her. And I was like really pissed off at her coverage. So I was like, nah, there was something really shady in the Delphi case. And of course she was defending. So but I mean, not my cup of tea. Didn't really think much of her or him. I've seen him on some news things. I didn't even know that they had the show together. I thought Hidden True Crime was her show, and I thought he just went on news segments and stuff. I didn't realize it was theirs together. So, but now I know about them. They brought that to us.
They're not evaluating you against the criteria of complexity because they're not allowing you to be complex.
No, I need to conform.
You need to conform, right? If you reject them, you're not conforming.
Know that yet. I haven't seen any lawyers talking about that, but I have started watching Lori from all of this, and maybe she will bring up that. She does answer legal questions pretty freely, so that would be a good question to ask her, I would think.
You're not loyal. Like one of the themes that you see throughout this entire TikTok is, oh, she's a bad friend. I'm going to punish her for being a bad friend. She doesn't know what a friendship is. That's the ideal. That's the reason why there's a real risk of violence here is because number one, this can escalate so easily. And number two, you don't fit that ideal. You never did. You're not conforming to this very narrow, rigid perspective that they want you to fit into.
Of what a friend is and their friend. And yeah.
That makes this, by the way, I mentioned the moral crusade. That makes this an ideological battle.
You know what other cases they're going to start having if they're not careful are child welfare cases. The way that she has exposed her son to all of this, I mean, she's going to have people calling child welfare services on her if they haven't already.
In the sense that the fight here is, and to them, the fight here is good versus evil or good versus bad. They're good, you're evil, and because of that, the only possible way out of this is total ruination of you or death. I'm going to read a quick quote here, making this point. This is from a book called Human Destructiveness by Anthony Storr.
I think Christina has a really good case, but I'm not a lawyer. But to me, the way she's remained silent like this, I know she's lawyered up for sure, because nobody has that much restraint, right? I'm sure she has lawyered up, and I don't know. They might need to get, if they want to save their channel, they might need to hire someone to help them out. If they haven't already, maybe they did hire someone and they said this was a good idea, but I don't think this is a good idea. But they have to come back and do something, but maybe just come back and do a case or something. I don't know.
Storr.
What? Humans destructive? No.
Anthony Storr is a brilliant British psychiatrist. He's written a lot on a lot of topics. He's writing here about, obviously, human aggression and destructiveness. Here's Anthony Storr, page 142. My dogma is, quote, my dogma is that all dogma is suspect. And it seems to me that most of the harm in the world is done by those who are dogmatic. Is
Grayson living at their house now? Because I know she said she hasn't been home in over 3 or 4 months. So is that where Grayson is? Grayson's living. Is Grayson the nanny too?
Certain that they are right. For being absolutely right means that those who disagree are absolutely wrong. Those who are absolutely wrong are, of course, dangerous to society and must be restrained or eliminated. That is the beginning of the road to the torture chamber and the gas oven. Unquote. That's what we're talking about. So when people say, oh, gee, this is just Mean Girls, this is just a stupid cat fight, they don't understand the stakes here. They don't understand what's going on. They don't understand that to the people in the smear campaign, this is a moral crusade that is reducing you to someone or something that's subhuman that needs to be destroyed. This is an ideological war against you. And by the way, many of the people in the smear campaign that we have not named are continuing. They have continued. Just so you know, I'm not going to talk about it more than that. Let's talk about some other risks.
Ooh,
We'll get into.
John got mad there. Did you see that?
We will get into defining stalking in a minute, and we'll get into the psychology of stalking in a minute. But as long as we're talking about risks, I want to bring up some real risks.
Careful, he's going to name your name.
Here, people say, "Oh my gosh, why would she get a restraining order if this is just a cat fight among mean girls? Nothing's going to happen. This is nothing, right?" No, virtuous violence theory suggests otherwise. And if you do, as I've done, if you do some of the stalking risk assessments, the risks are considerable.
And this is what he does: is he assesses and evaluates offenders. So this is what you do with your philosophy.
We know.
Maybe he needs to use his philosophy on his wife and, you know, figure out that you are an offender too, my friend. You're not just girls will be girls. You should be able to say whatever you want behind people's back and text and it not be released to anybody, you know. Mean girls will be mean girls, but this isn't what that is. Just so you know. This is Brad Pitt and Amber Turd.
There's so many examples of when you engage with people on a moral crusade and your goal is to dehumanize them and you see it as a moral issue, it will escalate. And that was a concern you and I had. If people say, "Oh my God, this stalking order is so frivolous," no, it's not. And this is why. Because you and I were trying to prevent someone landing at our door with a gun. We did not want to get to that point.
Oh,
And somebody has now threatened us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet they have. I bet you made it 10 times worse. You were hoping that Christina wouldn't land on your door with a gun, so you opened up your door to the whole entire world. Smart move, Dr. John.
That online.
Yes.
Officially.
We received our first official death threat the other day. Which again,
Not our first official, actually.
That's true. We've had others. That's true.
But it was very chilling.
It was chilling, and it shows you the extent to which, when you start framing things in terms of this moral crusade, this is what you get.
Nobody deserves death threat.
What are some of the other risks? And we're going to define stalking in a second, but let's talk about some of the other risks involved here and why this is not just mean girl behavior. Number one, the obsessive.
Nobody deserves death threats, but Christina's not the one that did the death threats, and they're trying to make us still. They're still trying to talk about it in the context of Christina, her stalker.
Nature of the posts. Everyone we talk about this all the time. The number of criminals engaged in murder or very violent acts, almost all of them have some type of obsessive qualities. They ruminate about the victim. They can't stop thinking about the victim. They obsess over the victim, right? That creates an attachment to the victim. Here you have that type of obsession.
So now he's telling the public that if we're against him, that we are some kind of criminal.
Another risk here.
Months and months and months of posts, despite not communicating.
Well, despite you saying you feel threatened.
Yeah, starting it with "I feel threatened," then the social media, the Instagram.
I don't know where we always knew to start with, but where's "I feel threatened"? We know Dr. John coached her to say that, to say "you feel threatened." Now say it back to me, Lauren Turd. Say it. I feel threatened.
Instagram and TikTok, and there's a YouTube. I didn't know actually until after this, and months and months and months and months of it without any response from me. Escalating. Obsessive.
There's also this inordinate rage and hatred towards you. And that's a risk, because when people develop this intense rage towards another human being, and I think, by the way, with the TikToker, I think a lot of that is repressed. But you see it. The way you see that rage is by ignoring a stalking injunction. right? The way you see that rage come out is by being oppositional. It's after our first hearing, it's going outside on the courtroom steps and doing a mic drop. That's taunting you. The stalker did that. On the day of our hearing in September, she went outside, she filmed herself doing a mic drop. That's harassment.
What was supposed to, it was supposed to be our evidentiary hearing, and the judge changed it to a later date. And
What? She was outside the courthouse filming like everybody else? What?
The judge continued it.
and lessened the stalking injunction, and she went out and did a mic drop.
Against Utah code, by the way. Utah code specifies quite clearly that you can't modify a stalking injunction without hearing evidence
From
the petitioner,
and that's what happened.
from Lauren. And the injunction was modified
So she
without.
just dropped the whole thing and took the narrative back into her hands because she's not a victim.
Hearing from you.
without hearing a shred of evidence from us. Also, just so people know this, our lawyer tried to get the stalking injunction
My
enforced.
lawyer, who's not my brother, P.S. Go ahead.
Our lawyer, Daston, not her brother, our lawyer who,
One of four.
one of, right, we have other lawyers too. None of our,
them are my brother.
yeah, so whatever, let the rumor mill. Our lawyer tried to argue correctly that because there were multiple violations of a stalking injunction, which is a felony, that the stalking injunction should get automatically enforced. Guess what?
And that is Utah code. That is if you violate it twice.
Our lawyer made the point that hearing never should have even occurred. It shouldn't have even been an issue. It's black and white. Someone violated a stalking injunction. It gets enforced. It should have been enforced. End of story. Let's move on. You and I have our privacy intact.
Of course, they're going to think their lawyer's right. They obviously think they're right in all of this. Do they think they're wrong in anything, I wonder? Like, do they see an error in any of their ways? You think? You think they're capable of that?
That's all we wanted. We wanted this to be private. We wanted to move on with our lives without someone harassing us all the time, bullying us, stalking us.
Calling. We'll get into that later. Calling people, contacting people.
That's all we wanted. This argument that somehow we wanted views from Long Crime or that we set this up, that's so ridiculous. Lauren, I'm not going to read it again. Lauren read a motion that our lawyer wrote to protect our privacy. Almost no civil stalking cases reveal or disclose the information.
Well, and the reason many people have asked that fairly, and you know what? Let's not even get into it. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Let the rumor mill continue.
Yeah,
You
that's
guys
fine.
decide
That's
what you
whatever.
think about what I did. That's your right to discuss. Go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you. We're allowed to discuss that without being called the criminal element. Okay, well, thank you.
So you have this obsessive behavior that increases risk. You have this inordinate amount of anger and rage towards you, which shows up in those TikToks and those social media. And another thing that people have pointed out that I totally agree with is several people that have looked at the TikTok have written and said, one person wrote, those are the most menacing TikToks I've ever seen. Somebody else wrote, it seems like she's taking pleasure in those.
You really haven't seen much TikTok then, have you? I mean, you really haven't. If those are the most menacing, would they be something that I would do? No, but it is free. They're free speech and they don't name names. And it's a small account and you guys are idiots for doing all of this, in my opinion.
Right? That suggests that if that's true, that suggests that there's a sadistic quality, that this is someone taking pleasure in harming you, taking pleasure in hurting you,
or is this
taking pleasure in trying to ruin your character and your reputation and your livelihood.
Is this Lauren Turd taking pleasure and having all of this attention placed on her? I mean, is Lauren maybe really enjoying all of this? Is this because doesn't Lauren have a history of sending out cease and desist and trying to get people to stop talking about her? So is she really trying to get us to talk about her? Because a 9.5 hour live to me seems like that's all you want.
Life, right? That's a risk factor. Anyone who has sadistic qualities is going to be a higher risk. Another risk factor here is this very oppositional, let's call it antisocial quality, which is violating a stalking injunction in the first several hours after it's issued, right? That's basically saying, I don't care. If you see the picture of her in the bar with you, the message she's sending is, not only do I not care about the stalking injunction, but I'm going to intimidate you. That is a pure message of power and control and dominance and intimidation. She's saying, I'm here. I don't care about.
Far, all he's done is minimize it and co-sign it during this live. We're like 3 or 4 books in and 3 or 4 analogies.
This injunction, I am going to continue to intimidate and control you no matter what. Try and stop me. That's concerning. The mic drop moment I just mentioned.
Recording the police officer
Oh.
calling after somebody that was called by police implicated her. And so he decided to call her too, and that she called him back to record it.
Right. Recording the police officer, posting it online, and essentially not taking the police officer seriously. That's extremely oppositional. That's very antisocial. That's a very antisocial feature.
Posting that I feel threatened in a message to her, and then posting that online.
And all of this, by the way, so we're talking about risk factors.
Yeah, let's just talk.
We're talking risk factors, right? All of these are risk factors.
They need to really start budgeting and saving all of these super chats they're getting, because I really do think this is their end days. But, people really don't get canceled anymore. Like, he talks about cancel culture. I don't think people really, there's still people that, look at Gypsy Rose. She still has people that hang on and feed her. So they'll probably be fine. This will probably just be a huge bang for them. Just entertainment, I guess.
Factors, but they all lead to one thing, and that is dehumanization. What they're doing here is they're portraying you as evil, as the devil, even though Pinata Samurai doesn't mind if you're the devil, by the way. Thank you, Pinata Samurai, for acknowledging that apparently even the devil does really good work.
The devil does do good work, but I will do my best to not be like the devil.
All of this leads to dehumanization, and you and I know every crime we've ever covered it involves some level of dehumanization.
Absolutely, that is crime, dehumanization.
And all of this is about dehumanizing you. Even the people that are mocking you, the memes, it's all dehumanizing, right? But they don't care, right? So
what they're doing is everything they're saying, they're doing. It's just, it makes my brain want to explode.
Which is fine.
Which is fine. I've been giving people some good content. A 9-hour live would do that.
Oh, she references that 9-hour live a lot, doesn't she?
So I think we've come to the end of this segment.
Okay.
You guys, I knocked down the microphone and it hit my screen and knocked the thing off. So hold on 1 second. I apologize. If we could just take a moment here, if you guys could be sure to give this live a thumbs up, helps me go out onto the algorithm party out there, bring more people back. It's just a free way to help me out. And please be sure to check and see if you're subscribed. Thanks, guys.
A little bit and talk about both the definition of stalking and the psychology of stalking, because I think those are going to help us go a little deeper here.
Okay.
But before I do, I just want to make the final point that the reason why human beings like to engage in moral crusades is because it really simplifies the world.
It does.
And it also fosters conformity. So for those of you out there who know a little bit about philosophy, if any of you read Nietzsche on Good and Evil, you understand the importance of Nietzsche's idea that all morality is essentially an attempt to foster and maintain social norms and social moral systems, because the prevailing ruling classes do not want challenges or change. And by enforcing an existing system of morality, you're also making the world fit into a very narrow box, right? And so that's one of the problems of a moral crusade, is that if you don't fit within that box, then you're going to be vilified, right? And so you became vilified. As we talked about on our Patreon, in one of the declarations, the TikToker made it very clear that conformity was a big part of this issue.
Yeah. That was actually in their declaration, and sort of the little joke that I made on our Patreon exclusive episode, which is no longer Patreon exclusive. Thanks to those who picked it apart and shared it. But in their declaration, their angst against me, or one of the things that upset me, was that I talked about how I don't like to conform. And then I jokingly said, thanks for being a Patreon supporter, because that particular episode was behind a paywall, which meant that someone was paying and sending that on to them. But it was ironic, because you have always talked about the fact that one reason this type of thing happens is because they're upset.
And now they're shaming one of their hidden gems.
That I'm not conforming.
I talked about the classic example of the Salem witch trials from 1692, where obviously witches are seen as an abomination. They're seen as demonic, right? They're seen as separate from the community, not conforming to the community's morals, right? So in many ways, the Salem witch trials were they showed similarities to a moral crusade.
Is he going to bring in the Holocaust? Are we going to get a little bit of a Holocaust in this soapbox summary by Dr. John?
And we'll talk about that a little later. We won't get into that too much, but so I want to make that point before we move on, because I want people to understand the purpose of a moral crusade and what it does, how it fosters conformity, or attempts to, and how it really oversimplifies the world, so that people that they don't have to grasp with they don't have to grapple with the complexity of someone who's maybe a little more complex, somebody who can say some off-color things in private.
How could we possibly grapple with the complexities of Lauren Turd? I mean, she doesn't conform with mean girl society. She's just, just a mean girl all on her own. She doesn't conform.
Messages, someone who has a sarcastic sense of humor. You do. I do. Obviously, it got you in a little bit of trouble on Patreon, but you didn't do anything wrong. Like, part of our brand is to bring in levity.
Holding her.
You can't clip a part of that segment and say, oh my God, she's not serious about stalking.
Duping delight, or duper's delight.
So stupid.
Oh,
so stupid.
If you don't laugh, you cry sometimes.
And I miss the Holocaust talk. Dang, I love history, and I watch a lot on the various wars, and I didn't even pick it up. I missed it.
So yeah, thank you.
Everybody that deals with true crime and law enforcement, investigators, they know how difficult it is. They know the importance of humor. Part of our brand is to be humorous. So let's talk about the definition of stalking.
Part of my survival depends on being humorous. Yeah. It's how I cope.
Right. But hey, let's vilify you for that. Let's continue the moral crusade train and just keep piling on because you showed a little bit of humor. Let me start with, so let's start defining stalking. So one of my favorite definitions actually comes out of the UK. So in the UK, there's some local police agencies and social workers and people that kind of deal with stalking that often refer to what they call the big four. And when I say the big four, I mean four as in capital F, capital O, capital U, capital R. And I know this is the UK and not here, but the big four stands for F.
Yeah, what was that one?
Fixated.
Fixated.
F means fixated. Fixated is this. So let's go through this. Is there fixation here? So yes, there is. There are social media accounts that specifically target you. That's part of the definition of stalking, is there has to be some type of individual target. Guess what? Every one of these social media accounts is fixated on you. Fixation, yes. O. The O stands for obsessed. Is there obsession here? There's 50 plus or more, way more if you count all the social media accounts.
100.
There's
over 100 posts.
There's over 100 posts that showed no signs of stopping or abating, all about you.
just get ready. You're going to have over 100 TikToks account dedicated to you now. Just you wait. Just you wait, my friend. I just really don't think you know what the word stalking means. And yeah.
That obsessive? Absolutely.
And Lindsay did admit on the stand during that hearing that they never heard from me.
She admitted it was about you.
She admitted it was about me.
You were the target. So we have fixated, obsessed.
Did it remind you in the Amber Turd trial how she just constantly stared down the jury when she would talk? I know her lawyers told her to do that, but with Lauren, she keeps looking at the camera. She's staring us down.
The U stands for unwanted. You, in an email and in a text, you said, I feel threatened. Please leave me alone.
In both the text and in
Email. Did that stop it?
Yeah.
Nope. Actually, it escalated from there. Everything that was being sent to you, you said, please don't do this. And the person continued. Not only continued, but escalated. The R stands for repeated. I think that's obviously a no-brainer. Was this behavior repeated? Obviously, over and over and over. So the definition of stalking, the most simplistic criteria for stalking are fixated, obsessed, unwanted, repeated. Yep, check, 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 check. Here's how on one of the websites that talks about the big four defines stalking. Stalking, and this is stalking, this is physical or cyber, this is both, right? Quote, this is from a website in the UK. Stalking is a pattern of unwanted, repeated behavior that can leave you feeling scared or distressed. You don't have to be threatened with violence to be a victim of stalking. Any kind of persistent, unwanted contact that causes distress is stalking. Do you fit that definition? Yes. Let's talk about, again, this is from the same UK website. I'm also pointing out that this is not just this, the definition of stalking.
Here, this is where we're getting UK laws for Utah. Gotcha.
Stalking and cyber stalking we're talking about, this is all over the world. This doesn't just apply here. This is in Australia. This is in the UK, right? To identify stalking, they talk about this, what they call the SLII, double I strategy. To identify stalking, professionals often use the SLII strategy. What's the first step? Surveillance. Stalkers often engage in surveillance, closely watching and tracking their victims' movements, routines, and social interactions. This includes monitoring their social media. The goal is to gather personal information and maintain a sense of control over the victim.
And let's talk about recording when at trials or CrimeCon. Interestingly enough, one of the people who wrote the declaration for the stalker, Denise, admitted to filming us multiple times and then even showed in evidence her filming both my producer Grayson and myself, even at CrimeCon after the stalking injunction was put out, and actually put those videos that she unknowingly took of me into.
It doesn't matter because you've canceled this case. You've taken your narrative back. You're not taking it in front of the courts. You will not be one of those people.
Evidence.
But there's other ways that you're being, the surveillance applies here.
I just can't even stand looking at their chat. This person gives them $5 and says, I'm so sick of people thinking this behavior is acceptable. I'm going through this interview, my life right. I'm going through this interview, my life right now, and it's a disgusting behavior. Yeah, it's disgusting on both parts. So why don't you go over and give Christina $5 because what Lauren's doing here is disgusting too.
They're following your Patreon. They're following when you did a Mormon Stories. She lets you know that she's watching that.
Yes.
She's following everything you're posting, everything you're doing, every social media post. She's recording you
without
your consent.
Stalker Jana. They are including more of the mean girls now.
She's clearly, and she's doing this to gather personal information to harm you.
She even admits, I'm looking for their LinkedIn because I want to see who they're linked to. Isn't it strange they don't have it? I'm going to call UNLV. I did call UNLV. We know other people that they have contacted. Thank you to those who have reached out.
So surveillance. Number 2, life invasion. The tactic involves invading the victim's personal life or space. It can be as subtle as sending frequent, unsolicited messages, including on social media. Are you receiving frequent, unsolicited messages? Absolutely. The third Third one is the I part, intimidation. Stalkers often use intimidation to instill fear. How about showing up at CrimeCon when the stalking injunction said she couldn't, and then showing up in the bar 10 feet from you?
How about spending $1,800 to go to CrimeCon and have some bitch keep you from it because she says you're a stalker because you're letting out private information, but the private information is the stuff that you're talking ish about people. I mean, this is what that really is.
Taunting people, taunting the police who had issued this injunction within hours, showing up at the bar, basically saying to you, I don't care. I'm in control. I'm going to intimidate. I don't care about this injunction. I own you, right? It's intimidation. The nature of intimidation is threatening messages, aggressive behavior, or implying harm. Implying harm. So it can be something as simple as
is to look up people. Isn't that the whole purpose of LinkedIn?
implying harm. Is there implicit?
The whole purpose of social media is to look people up, to follow them, to know more about them. If you don't want to be, anyway.
Threats.
I mean, I don't agree with stalking at all. I don't agree with it, but I don't think this is stalking. This is not stalking. This is 2025, the day and age we live in with social media. You can't use it for your benefit. And when people use it for their benefit, but it doesn't benefit you, stop them from using it. It doesn't work that way.
Implicit harm throughout this? Absolutely.
Yes.
How about ruining your kingdom, burning your kingdom to the ground? Is that harm?
Yeah.
It also can include reputational harm.
But it's okay to burn Christina
The
now.
final one is interference. The stalker is involved in deliberately interfering with the victim's life. Examples include damaging someone's reputation or trying to sabotage their personal or professional relationships. The goal is to isolate the victim and make them feel powerless or dependent.
That happened.
Right, exactly. You meet all those criteria.
And it happened to Christina with Lauren.
I'm going to read.
Everything.
Let's talk specifically about cyber stalking now.
This is a tit for tat for tit.
This is from the textbook. This is my favorite textbook on criminal psychology, by the way. Criminal Behavior, a Psychological Prose, 12th edition. It's by Kurt Bartol and Ann Bartol, page 521. Their definition of cyber stalking is using the internet or other forms of electronic communication to threaten or engage in unwanted advances towards another. Pretty simple, right?
I feel like
Were you threatened? Yes.
the moment she took this out of the courts and did the 9-hour live was the moment she lost any credibility that she felt threatened. Because here she is living her life without, a PPO, and she's just fine. But at that point at CrimeCon, she needed that PPO. She had to have it. And now all of a sudden she's living her life safe and free out in the world and it's okay. And has had she said, somebody call in a death threat, but she's fine without that PPO, without her stalker.
Was it unwanted advances? Absolutely. Let's talk about cyberbullying. This is how they define cyberbullying. Quote, cyberbullying is defined as sending or posting harmful or cruel text or images.
John doesn't realize that everybody now is a psychologist. All you have to do is go online and read and study yourself, and anybody can be a psychologist, really. And so John doesn't understand that he's, talking to more educated people than he realizes, and he's just not fooling anybody with all of this.
Using the internet or other digital communication device.
Your degree that, it doesn't even matter anymore. Like it, John
was saying that you engaged in non-consensual, that you desired to engage in non-consensual relations with your brother to obtain his sperm. Was that a cruel message?
Yeah.
That's cyberbullying. I'm just gonna say quickly what this is also. Ultimately, this is what Bartol and Bartol say about cyber stalking. Quote, ultimately, much cyber stalking is designed to control the victim, usually through threats and harassment. So a large part of this is about control.
Yes, John. What
Here's
you
another
do is control the situation.
definition
Control your narrative.
of cyberbullying. This is from a research article. Quote, building upon this, the definition of traditional bullying, the authors have defined cyberbullying as, quote, an aggressive, intentional act carried out by a group or individual.
Is that not what they're doing with their large group of hidden gems?
Using electronic forms of contact repeatedly and over time against a victim who cannot
Hour live, 3.5 hour live.
easily defend him or herself. Some might argue that you could defend yourself, except you can't, really. You couldn't. Right? The reason you couldn't defend yourself is because our brand is not to engage.
I think I enjoyed the Brad Pitt analogy better than the research article. So let's go back to Brad Pitt for a little while.
In these types of petty arguments or conflicts with other creators. Like, we're not going to do what he said, she said, or tit for tat. That's not our brand. We couldn't defend ourselves without looking like absolute fools. We couldn't defend ourselves because people have the perception that because we're...
You couldn't do it in court without looking like absolute fools, so you're going to take it in front of the whole entire public. You think you're not going to look like absolute... Well, I guess the hidden gems don't think so. Look at all of this that's happening here.
Bigger channel that somehow we would be bullying her. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we didn't want to go public with this. We didn't want to defend ourselves because we thought we could ignore it long enough that it would go away. But after months and months and months of continuing multiple posts and escalating, we realized...
To the point where law and crime was getting involved.
Yeah. We realized this got to the point where the risks were increasing and we weren't willing to deal with this forever. And that is why in the end, we decided to get a stalking injunction.
Law and crime got involved, Lauren, turd, because you had Christina served at CrimeCon in front of Angela Levy. Because of you, Lauren Turd, Law and crime got involved. But yes, let's blame it on Christina.
Well, what I meant about law and crime is even after that, it still got bigger. It's, how did they find out about it? And law and crime got involved. And then I decided to draw my, 9-hour live.
Let's talk about the definition, the legal definition of stalking in Nevada. So I think, is it fair to say that, I guess our haters are going to disagree, but I think any reasonable person would, the criteria I just read would agree, I would hope, or think that they would see that as stalking, or at least cyber stalking.
I know. And I got that stupid sound bit in my head with her saying, long climb.
This is cyber stalking in Nevada. You put up, by the way, people can find the definition of cyber stalking and stalking in Utah. You put it up. I don't want to reread that because we already have it.
Okay.
Maybe we can put it up for people to see.
Sure.
But let's talk about Nevada. I don't believe that a reasonable court would think that stalking is nothing more than a cat fight or two mean girls going at it. In Nevada, cyber stalking is considered a Category C felony, carrying a prison sentence of 1 to 5 years and a fine of up to $10,000. The following requirements must be met in Nevada for cyber stalking. The accused person must intentionally cause harm to the victim, even if it's just trying to scare them or make them afraid. So intentional harm, that's a big part of it. Obviously, there's a targeted social media account. Multiple targeted social media accounts, only about you. Did that induce a certain amount of fear in you?
Yes.
Could you explain?
Well, multiple. The song lyrics that she was posting were very frightening, crying about what I lose. What am I going to lose? Burning my fucking kingdom to the ground. Her accomplices constantly egging her on and inciting to saying, yes, burn that kingdom to the ground, calling workplaces, other people coming forward and saying, I'm getting strange calls from this person saying you're bad.
The jealous pettiness of the internet does drive me crazy. The fact that anybody that gets whenever you get a little bit ahead on the internet, there's always somebody behind you that doesn't feel like you should deserve it. And they, like, for whatever reason, want to burn it down. And it's really annoying. But it just, how can you make people be nice to you all the time? It's just impossible. And you make that decision when you come on the internet. And if there could be a way to stop people from doing it and not infringe on freedom of speech, I would say, yeah, let's figure it out. But there absolutely isn't. So the only other way is to grow a thick skin, know who you are, and move forward. And Lauren and Dr. John obviously are not capable of any of that.
To work with you. Admitting to trying to find our LinkedIns months later, being suspicious, posting and sharing that they're following.
What, LinkedIns? They're trying to find your LinkedIns, looking you up on social media on a site where you put your stuff out there so people will find you. They're looking you up on LinkedIn? No, those bitches.
Everything I say, putting eye emojis on podcasts that I'm doing, saying I'm watching you. Doing things besides saying, please stop, I'm feeling threatened, posting that I'm feeling threatened, continually, breaking a stalking injunction. Yeah. And by the way, to all of those that egged her on, there was peer pressure in this. One of those podcasters just claimed yesterday that they would have advised her against ever doing this, yet on her Instagram months ago put, you go, girl. So maybe all of you should be considering how you played a part in this too.
Keep in mind that several of the definitions I just read.
Yes, we should be shamed. We should be ashamed of ourselves for weighing in on your 9-hour live. I feel shame. I am shamed. I am deeply shameful for my actions, Lauren Turd. I feel horrible. I really don't.
About cyber stalking in good groups. Let's continue. Criteria 2, Nevada for a category C felony for cyber stalking in Nevada. Category 2, the accused person must have used electronic devices such as a computer or phone to transmit information that puts the victim at risk of violence or harm. Yep. Stalking must happen online or through some other electronic means. Criteria 3. Criteria 4, the victim must feel fearful because of the accused person's actions. We just covered that. The final criteria in Nevada is what's called the reasonable person standard. The conduct must be such that a reasonable person in the same situation would also be afraid. That, of course, would not be up to us to determine. That would be up to the triers of fact, which would be a judge or a jury. Let's talk about.
What are we on? Book 6 or 7 now?
This is from probably the best known textbook on stalking, the most well-read and respected textbook on stalking. It's called Stalkers and Their Victims. It's by Mullen, Matthias, and Purcell. It's the second edition from 2009. It's published by Cambridge University Press. Stalkers and Their Victims. Page 153. The following behaviors characterize cyber stalking. Number 1, sending repeated unwanted messages.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, via a public platform.
Right. So
through email, through text,
social media.
I'm feeling threatened, and then through a public social media platform.
Through social media. Another criteria, publishing private information of a potentially damaging or embarrassing nature. Again, I mentioned that publishing private information is illegal, but that too is cyber stalking. So anybody in this group who has published private information about you publicly that's potentially damaging to your reputation is part of the smear campaign. And they're engaging in cyber stalking. The next criteria, spreading false information. How many rumors, how much gossip has been spread about you that you hurt creators, that you don't care about victims, right? Like no matter what you say or do, that rumor persists endlessly. And then in the smear campaign, you get, wait for the receipts.
No matter what you say or do, that rumor persists. Hmm. If it's persisting, and no matter what you say or do, I think that might mean something. But
Wait for the receipts.
it's not Lauren.
That too is a form of harassment. That too is a threat. When you wake up every day to a social media campaign of multiple people constantly saying they're going to take you down.
And writing, again, my professional contacts saying, oh, just wait for the receipts. Just wait, they're coming.
So spreading false information, that's another criteria. Here's another criteria. Gathering information about a victim online. That's called doxing. Did we get doxed? Oh, we got doxed. We got so doxed.
They were mad they had to work a little bit harder because we didn't have a LinkedIn, which is super sauce. It's like saying you don't have a face if you don't have a Facebook. You know, is anything we're saying true?
So doxing, by the way, that's classic harassment. In fact, doxing is defined as harassment. Were we doxed? Yes, I was doxed. You were doxed. You know, I guess there was some good news that came out of it because she said, the TikToker said that she believed there was so little information on us because we curated our accounts. We have
curated our Google search results.
We've curated
We
nothing.
haven't curated a dang thing.
I don't even know how I would curate. I don't know how to curate.
I mean, maybe we should get somebody to do that. We could.
And here's the last cyber stalking behavior that defines cyber stalking. Ready for this one?
Mm-hmm.
Encouraging others to harass the victim.
This is all stuff they've done too.
A lot of that. And a lot of that publicly.
Everything that they've done back. It's just like, okay, so you're stalkers too.
Exactly. Do we fit these criteria? Do we
Yes.
fit these definitions? All right. So I'm going to stay with the textbook, Stalkers and Their Victims, second edition.
Oh, good.
I'm going to use some of their definitions. Page 2, defining stalking. And again, this isn't cyber stalking. I'm defining stalking here, broadly speaking. Or they don't even call it stalking. They call it obsessional following. This is how they define obsessional following. Ready? Quote, an abnormal or long-term pattern of threat or harassment directed towards a specific individual. Yep. Here's how the authors define it. Stalking is, quote, a constellation of behaviors in which one individual inflicts on another repeated, unwanted intrusions and communications. Yep.
But what is it when you have an injunction against somebody, but you want to go sit next to them? It's okay for when Lauren wants to, like, cross these things, but if the people cross them on her lines, then it's stalking. It's just so nauseating.
So I've read a lot of definitions of stalking. I've read definitions of cyber stalking. Do they fit?
Yes.
Yet, of course, there's plenty of people apparently out there who argue that this wasn't stalking, this was catfighting, this was Real Housewives stuff, whatever, there was no harm involved. I would urge them to go look at the legal and academic definitions, as I just defined, of stalking. Because stalking, one of the interesting things out there in terms of listening to some of this debate about what stalking is that almost all the people who would disagree with the academic criteria that I'm reading and the legal criteria, they see stalking as like a 1930s phenomenon, where you follow someone around in your old Ford, I don't know, 1930s cars, your old Ford Jalopy with a gun, right? They think stalking is physically following someone around with a gun, right? No. Guess what? It's not.
Nobody thinks that's what it is all the time. But showing up in somebody's personal private space is part of it. And that doesn't happen. She bought tickets to go, and CrimeCon tickets are expensive, and she was going there first. It was Lauren who always showed up afterwards and then expected Christina to leave. And it's still happening. It's like Lauren thinks the internet's hers. And if Christina dares come in her orbit, then she's stalking her. If she dare talk to professional contacts, like
who is she? She's just, a photographer. She's not Lauren Turd. She's not the Lauren Turd of I can never remember her name. Is it Hidden True Crime? Of Hidden True Crime. For whatever reason, I can't remember Hidden True Crime, but I have a problem. I had a stroke, so I have a hard time with remembering words and names and stuff like that. So if I get things wrong here and there, that's why. But Lauren Turd from Hidden True Crime, she's not as important and popular as her. She doesn't have hidden gems.
We live in 2025. Stalking is fixated obsessional behavior that's unwanted and repeated that causes distress in the victim. That's precisely what's going on with you. So this
feels like that, and then at the same time, it feels like we're being shamed for doing so. Like we're bad people for sitting in on this and not agreeing.
Idea that there's a team Lauren and a team.
I think that's why.
People can believe whatever they want.
I feel like I'm being shamed for consuming this when they're just like giving it on a platter, which I learned yesterday that has something to do with Mormonism, serving your head on a platter. But anyway, learning new things all the time from Lauren Turd and Dr. John.
But like this idea of teams is absurd. If you look at the criteria for stalking, how it's defined legally and academically, there's two teams. There's team Lauren, who fits all the criteria of stalking and cyber stalking, every one of them. And then there's the stalking team, who doesn't fit who meets all the criteria of someone who's stalking. I don't know. I mean, have we litigated that in court yet? Nope. But I feel very confident that if and when we do, if we re-up this case and litigate it in another state that's not Provo, Utah.
Oh, so they're thinking about moving states now, because now it's the state's problem. It's like the state doesn't understand true stalkingism. They don't understand that Lauren Turd is being stalked within an inch of her life. Whew! This is not mean girl behavior. This is stalking. And Utah does not get it.
That we're going to show quite clearly that you meet the criteria for stalking and that you need protection.
And to the media who thinks that filming civil stalking injunctions is okay. By the way, I hope that you can reconsider that position and wonder if this is maybe why people that are being abused can't escape their abusers, or that it might be used as an abuser's way of coercive control.
This is why, because you're abusing the system, Lauren Turd, and now it's making it harder for true stalking victims to get some kind of justice, because you are overwhelming the system. You're fatiguing the judges. You're fatiguing us. Ugh.
Encouraging media to cover a civil stalking injunction.
Well, and on that point, by the way, we fought vigorously.
I was the women's case manager at 2 domestic shelters, and this is not stalking. It is not stalking.
Vigorously for privacy.
We did.
Vigorously.
The same county, by the way, where Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I might add, by someone who was incited by online rhetoric and violence.
Okay.
Same county.
Okay. Now she's bringing in some political riling, adding some fuel to that fire. Nice.
Where someone lost their lives because of online rhetoric.
You said lives. Did Charlie Kirk have multiple
Lost
lives?
their life.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
On that note,
she's comparing herself to that.
Let's remind everybody that you guys could have gone public 4 months.
He was killed for free speech. So are you saying that now people should go after Christina for going on TikTok and doing some free speech? It like every analogy they use can be turned around and put right back onto them, which is just irony at its fullest.
ago.
Yeah.
We could have sent masses to this woman's account 4 months ago. And why didn't we? Because we said, it's okay, we'll handle it. Let's just be private about it. We don't want anybody to know. Nobody knew about it for months because we continued to just try and be quiet until we felt like we had no other option.
So Grayson is over here saying, let's remind people that we could have come forward in public 4 months ago and taken this into our hands and send everybody over to her account and taken care of this 4 months ago. But we didn't because we wanted this to remain private. And we didn't want people going over to her account to harass her or attack her.
You were building your case 4 months ago, weren't you? You were harassing them 4 months ago, in my opinion, at CrimeCon. You were building a case. You were busy. You needed to get your ducks in a row, and then you realized that the judge wasn't going to be one of those ducks that would be in your row. So now you got to find another state.
We could have come forward 4 monmonths ago.
Nice start pointing that out, Grayson.
You're saying.
Yeah, and I'm also saying somebody reached out to me who knows this person, and they just wanted to let me know that they had been contacted. And I told them I find myself having a lot of empathy for her right now, regardless of what she's done, because I see the hate that she's getting, and I would never want somebody to feel that way. And I would never want somebody to consider maybe doing something to themselves, or maybe, like, I actually don't believe.
Nobody wants her to harm herself or do anything like that, Grayson. And we're not going to back down on holding Lauren's feet to the fire just because we have huge empathy for all the hate she's getting. Yeah, nobody wants that kind of hate. And maybe she should eat some humble pie and say she's sorry and take some accountability for something, anything. Instead of getting on this. We're not even halfway through the 3.5 hour live with Dr. John thumping books over our head, telling us what losers we are for not getting on board and to falling into place and to seeing, oh yeah, oh my God, yes, I see it now. This is stalking. Poor Amber Turd.
I don't think that the way you get somebody to have remorse and to change their behavior is by screaming at them.
Yeah.
I actually feel like that incites anger and that makes them more vengeful. And so I find myself having a lot of
hurt people.
It can hurt people. It can incite. Look at the death threat we got online with somebody loading a gun and quite literally shooting it, saying, if you come to my state.
Have you noticed when Grayson is not on screen, I have a hard time deciding who's who. Like, she speaks exactly like Lauren. They sound exactly the same. I'm sure no, I'm not going to go there. Never mind.
Guess what I'm going to do? But so I don't believe in that. And I was telling this person who reached out, who had a relationship with this person,
the TikToker,
and just wanted to give me some information. I said, thank you for the information. And I literally sent back a message and said, I find myself having a lot of empathy. And although I'm really struggling right now, it's no secret I am. I've been public about it. I haven't been public about the specifics. I find myself having a lot of empathy because I wonder if she's maybe in a similar boat that I've been in for the last.
Did you see her look me right down the camera? I feel like she heard me say, look at Dr. John's face. And I felt like her eyes flew right at me. Like, I felt that evil.
Quite the last while. And I never want somebody to feel that way. And again, I don't think that going to her account and screaming at her and telling her she's wrong, if you want someone to change, that's not the way to get them to change. That actually makes them worse. The best way you can appeal to somebody's empathy and appeal to their conscience, really, if they have one, is by having one yourself and trying to do it reasonably. Now, is this person reasonable? I wouldn't necessarily say so, but I would say that, like, again, just going crazy on her on social media is not going to do anything.
But isn't that what you're doing now?
Yeah, and to the people that egged her on. That's my point too. The peer pressure to every one of those commenters egging her on and continuing to tell her to do this. Yeah. You also, hold some responsibility.
Well, and not to mention the power dynamic. I wasn't really sure how old Lauren was. I was pretty sure she was somewhere in her 40s with all the work she has on her face. But so someone said she was 45 and Grayson's 23. I mean, that's like mom-daughter dynamic. This is not healthy for Grayson, but she should not be putting Grayson in these situations, in my opinion. But I mean, neither should Dr. John either. I'm putting a lot of heat on Lauren, but Dr. John is just as culpable as anyone else in this. And it's looking like Grayson is too.
That's mobbing, group bullying. And you didn't help her either.
So I've gone through the criteria for stalking, both legal and academic definitions. To me, it seems pretty clear cut that you meet those criteria. So let's move on to
She might be in our
different types of stalkers. So I'm going to refer to the same textbook, Stalkers and Their Victims, second edition, published in 2000.
Doesn't just have Botox, because I do work on my own face. She's got a lot of filler in her cheeks too, and she's got fillers in her lips. I mean, I can see what she's got done there, and I don't do fillers, but I do like she's probably got some threads in her face. So yeah, she's got a lot of work done. Hey, I'm gonna slip into the kitchen, you guys, and get some coffee going. So I've got it playing and I'm listening, but I might miss a few of your comments. Give me about 5 minutes, okay?
Fine. There are two different typologies. There's actually multiple typologies. There's like 4 typologies of stalkers that they identify, 4 or 5. But I only want to focus on the ones that apply here. So they actually lump them together because there's a lot of overlap, but they refer to this type of stalking as the rejected stalker and the resentful stalker. So what is the rejected stalker? The rejected stalker is, the rejected stalker occurs as a consequence of the breakdown of a close relationship. So in other words, with you had a friendship with the person, or a perceived friendship. For you, it was much of more of a parasocial relationship rather than a close relationship, but that's not how she perceived it. You have the breakdown of a relationship. You have the desire to exact revenge for the rejection. And then, you ready for this? The stalking substitutes for the lost intimacy of the friendship by creating the semblance of closeness that's now gone. I'm just going to read a little bit from the text about rejected stalkers because they're going to explain it better than me. Mm-hmm. Page 69 in the rejected stalker in the Mullen textbook. Quote, the rejected can be among the most persistent and intrusive of stalkers. Once established, their pattern of harassment is very difficult to alter. It's not always immediately obvious why these men and women continue so tenaciously to pursue their erstwhile victim. Further down the page, quote, for those stalkers who cannot abandon the hope of restoring the relationship, the harassment at least provides some semblance of connectedness to the lost friend. For the rejected stalker who is predominantly angry and vengeful, the stalking seems aimed, in part, at continuing a relationship in which, for all their raging, they remain enmeshed. The stalking, in a sense, is a continuation of a relationship, the loss of which is too threatening, or which they remain bound by unresolved emotions and desires, made all the more compelling by their ambivalent nature. So in other words, for the rejected stalker, a part of the stalking is to maintain the sense of connection and closeness with the victim, you. Let's talk about some of the psychopathology behind rejected stalkers. According to the research, quote, this type of stalker had high rates of personality problems, with antisocial and narcissistic traits being particularly prominent. There was also a small but significant cluster with marked dependency traits. So those are rejected stalkers. Let's move on to what they call the resentful stalker. So the rejected stalker part of this is the rejection of your friendship.
Okay.
Let's talk about the resentful stalker.
Okay.
The resentful stalker emerges where the stalker feels that they have been exposed to an injustice or humiliation. That was you calling her annoying in a private text.
Yeah.
So she is both a rejected and a resentful stalker. The victim of the resentful stalker is someone who has attracted the stalker's enmity by their own actions or by seen as representative of an oppressing group. The desire is for revenge, sometimes of a surreptitious nature. The sustaining motivation of the resentful stalker is satisfying the sense of power and control that comes from harassing the victim. The resentful stalker almost invariably feels justified in their actions, that's the moral part, and presents themselves as a victim, fighting back against a more powerful oppressor. That, by the way, is a narrative that many people have picked up on. Because you're the big creator, she must be the victim. Right? That's a common theme that seems to be out there, that somehow you're harassing her because by doing this, because she's the poor victim, right? That's what's resentful.
She's not a creator. She's just a person that is a tourist at trials, and I'm the big podcaster.
Let's dig a little bit deeper into the resentful stalker. Here are some clinical features of the resentful stalker. Again, I'm reading from the textbook Stalkers and Their Victims, 2nd edition. This is page 76. Quote, a context of conflict in which one party experiences themselves as a victim of injustice can give rise to stalking. This type of stalking is initially motivated by desire for retribution. The stalking is designed to frighten and distress the victim. The stalking becomes persistent because of the satisfactions the stalker obtains from the sense of power and control over someone who is in most cases has been previously regarded as being in a stronger and more privileged position. In keeping with the stalker's perception of their victim as being more powerful, the more extended episodes of resentful stalking will often be pursued anonymously, at least initially. When this type of stalker is interviewed, they almost invariably present themselves not as an avenger, but as a victim who, in the process of defending themselves, is striking back at the oppressor. So in other words, it's a moral crusade.
And she does this. She'll say, I'm just here. This isn't gossip. I'm just
trying to deal with the big bad wolf that's lying.
I'm just trying to present patterns she's had for so long.
Let's talk about psychopathology of the resentful stalker. Page 77, quote, the pattern which emerged from personality testing suggested self-centered, immature individuals who are hostile, demanding, and argumentative. They overestimate themselves and they derogate others. That means they put others down. Defensiveness and denial is rampant in this group. They tend to have poor frustration tolerance with high suppressed anger. Check, 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 check.
Yeah.
Oh, let me say on that issue, like, I don't know, do I know for sure that she fits this category? No, I don't. Like, just looking at her behaviors, it seems like she fits some of this, but I'm not diagnosing here, right? I'm just reading from a textbook.
Research.
I'm citing the research, right? I'm not saying necessarily that she fits this. I think people can make that decision on their own. Let's go on. Page 77, next paragraph, quote, resentful stalkers as a group showed a marked tendency to consciously attempt to present themselves in a socially desirable light, perhaps fitting with our view that these people attempt to project themselves as good victims battling the forces of evil. Let me repeat that because it fits everything we talked about earlier. Resentful stalkers fit they fit with the view that they attempt to project themselves as good victims battling the forces of evil. That's exactly how this is framed. That's exactly how most smear campaigns are framed. The results of MMPI studies in 24 resentful stalkers supported the notion that these people regard themselves as misunderstood, mistreated, with low frustration tolerance, and difficulty with authority figures. Difficulty with authority figures. So taunting police, doing mic drops outside of courthouses, violating stalking injunctions within hours after they're served by police, telling the stalker, you cannot go within 500 feet of your victim, no matter what. Those are some of the definitions. So I've talked about the definitions of stalking. I've talked about the types of stalking. Now let's
really interesting how he says he's not trying to diagnose, yet he's presenting himself as a psychologist, reading through textbooks and other source material, but he's not diagnosing anybody, right? No diagnosing here. Yeah, right.
Talk about victim impact. Actually, before I get to victim impact, let me talk a little bit about, let's talk more about actually qualities of cyberbullies. So specifically about cyberbullies. There isn't a lot of research on adult cyberbullies, by the way, but there's enough. There's some interesting research. This is from,
which is fine. It's totally her decision to do that, but it's also totally our free will to talk about it too. I mean, even she says, yeah, I love my Botox. All right. Okay. It's obvious.
a research article entitled Systematic Review of Empirical Studies on Cyberbullying in Adults, What We Know and What We Should Investigate. This is by Gennaro et al. In the journal Aggression and Violent Behavior. This is 2018, so reasonably recent, volume 28. This is on page 118. Here are some of the qualities of cyberbullies. Quote, in a cyberbullying situation, not only the victims are affected, several studies found that cyberbullies exhibit more psychological symptoms, including depression. So that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
They could be more depressed. And
Yeah.
so they experience depression. They have more unemotional, impulsive, and psychopathic traits. They're high sensation seekers, and they sometimes engage in violent and drug crimes.
But he's not.
The most interesting part of this to me is the depression, that they're unemotional, they're impulsive, and lo and behold, cyberbullies tend to have psychopathic traits, which means that they defy or oppose authority figures.
Not diagnosing.
Quote, they also scored high on internet
He's not.
use, showed a lack of social skills, problematic alcohol use,
I know.
and not surprisingly, low empathy towards their cyberbullying victims. So cyberbullies are unemotional, they lack empathy, they're impulsive, they have psychopathic traits, they may have some depression. Let's talk about impact. How does cyberbullying impact its victims?
This is so boring.
This is an extraordinary. This is an extraordinary study.
Just have to say, for all those people saying bring the receipts, Dr. John's bringing the research receipts.
I'm bringing the research receipts, right? You brought the actual receipts. I'm bringing the research
No,
receipts.
she didn't.
This is from a well-known article in the American Psychologist. The American Psychologist, by the way, is one of the premier journals for psychologists. It's from 2017, volume 72. It's Underwood and Ehrenreich.
For
called The
all
Power-
we know, the stack of papers that Dr. John is holding were the stack of papers that Lauren Turd was holding, because we never saw anything in those stack of papers. We never saw anything of importance. And we're not hearing anything of importance here, too, because we could get a psychologist of our own to come around and say the exact opposite, and or say you are doing the exact same thing. So this is proving nothing except that you guys are assholes. Yes, that's what it's proving.
And pain of adolescence's digital communication, cyber victimizations, and the perils of lurking. Okay. Admittedly, I'm going to frame this by saying, admittedly, this is pertaining to adolescence, okay? But I'm sure this has application to adults.
Sure it does.
Relying on surveys about the frequency of cyberstalking may keep us from understanding that although cyber aggression may be an extremely low base rate event, so even among adolescents, cyber stalking and cyber aggression is fairly low. That's good news, right?
Okay.
Let me, since I stopped in the middle of that, I'll go again.
Okay.
Although cyber aggression may be an extremely low base event, it hurts terribly even if it only happens once.
It does.
This is according to their survey.
It sucks when people talk about you, but isn't that like part of what you learn going to school, and how to deal with those kind of situations, and how to, your self-worth and hold your head up and know who you are? And isn't that all part of like what your parents teach you and early years? And, to me, this is just mean girl to some fights that got out of hand, and now a husband's drug into it. And I really think that it's going to hinder whatever professional life he had, and he's like
dancing to save his life, and it's just not working, right? He's on RuPaul's drag race, and he's dancing to save his life, and it's just not working for him.
Impact of even a single episode is potentially extremely serious because the behavior is immediately viewed by hundreds of friends and followers and is preserved forever in digital form. I can't tell you how much that impacted you, and they're proving it.
Well, one reason we chose to not say this person's name and to blur her and the TikTok, which we didn't need to do. We didn't.
You knew 100% that we would find out her name, and you called her your stalker over 400 times. Oh, geez. Anyway, yeah, that's what you did, Lauren.
Was because of that understanding. We're not going to do that.
Correct.
You go high.
She appeared publicly. She wanted everyone to find her. She was working on algorithms. She admits that on the TikTok. Come join me. Send the word. Spread the word. Here we are. And we still didn't do that because we understand what that means. We didn't want
to do it on her larger art account where she could get more views and get more traction. She did it on a more private account. Yeah. Okay.
We went through it. But I mean, like, this is extraordinary because when people mock you about whether this is cyberbullying, when people say team Lauren's a joke, I don't know what they're saying. I don't care. But the point, like, this data, this research that shows, I'm going to read it again because the impact of even a single episode is potentially extremely serious because the behavior is immediately viewed by hundreds of friends and followers and is preserved forever in digital form. Not to mention which, the internet is open 24/7.
Yeah.
So any threats or any posts on social media can happen at any time of the day or night. There were times when you would wake up at 3 a.m. and go, is there a post? Is there a post? What does she say now? Is she threatening me now? But this explains why even a single episode of cyberbullying can be traumatic.
Yeah.
Because the fear is that it's going to be viewed by hundreds or thousands of people, and it's never going to be erased. It's going to exist forever. This is exceptionally important.
We can only hope it's never forgotten.
Let's talk about more victim impact. I'm going to read from an article called A Developmental Approach to Cyberbullying, Prevalence and Protective Factors. It's by Kowalski et al. It's in Aggression and Violent Behavior, 2019, volume 45. This is on page 22. Outcomes of cyberbullying. Quote, researchers have consistently found that cyberbullying is associated with a variety of negative consequences for both victims and perpetrators. Among the negative consequences experienced by victims are higher levels of anxiety, depression, loneliness, greater suicidal ideation, lower levels of self-esteem, and poor academic performance.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Yep, I've noticed all of that. Every one of those applies to you. I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to return to the textbook, Criminal Behavior.
I know that poor sweet baby had to wake up at 3 a.m. and go to her internet and seek out these things to see what people are saying about her. That poor thing.
I'm going to give their summary of psychological effects of stalking, specifically cyber stalking. Page 523 of Criminal Behavior by Bartle and Bartle. Quote, not only does the cyber attack cause psychological damage to the self-esteem and self-image of the victim, but the message may be immediately viewed and forwarded by friends and other peers repeatedly over time. That's the point about how one incident can be so damaging. I think it's important to understand that if you bully someone at school, if you taunt them at school, it may be captured by other people on cell phones, but for the most part, it's a one-time thing and it goes away. And I'm not minimizing that. That's horrible. But cyber stalking goes on over and over and over again.
You can't escape it.
Can't escape it. Research studies often report that
But what you're doing, you're minimizing everything. You're minimizing your wife's behavior, your behavior, Brad Pitt's behavior. I mean, everybody's getting a pass except the stalkers and us. We're complete idiots for not following along and realizing how dangerous Lauren Stalker really is, and that Lauren is completely innocent. We're stupid, and
we need another book to tell us that.
Overall effects of cyberbullying on the victim include anxiety disorders, sleep problems, loneliness, depression, substance abuse, poor academic achievement, low life satisfaction, and extreme cases, suicide attempts. Check, 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 and check.
We're bottom of the barrel people. We're probably people that get into nefarious, low criminal stuff, and we just have no capability of understanding it. And Dr. John is here to school us with his wife, our Lauren Turd. Yes, we got it.
So I've covered the definitions and criteria of stalking. I've covered the types of stalking. I've covered victim impact. I've covered some of the psychological characteristics of the stalker, especially resentful and rejected stalkers. Let's move on to what I think is really critically important in understanding stalking, and that's the psychology of stalking.
We're just getting started, guys. I'm looking at this, and you told me about this part, and this is important. So
I know. I mean, Grayson really wasn't doing her job there, was she? Or maybe Grayson did wake her up at 3 a.m. and said, Lauren, we got a hit. We got a hit. Wake up, Lauren.
Time.
Yeah. And you guys were making fun of my 9-hour live. Dr. John is ready. He's like, hold my Coca-Cola. Here we go.
I don't drink Coke. Hold my iced tea. So I put up a diagram.
Totally not getting the joke, not wanting to follow along. I don't drink Coke. I drink tea.
From a book called The Psychology of Stalking, Clinical and Forensic Perspectives. It's edited by J. Reed Malloy. This happens to be from his chapter in the book, from the chapter by J. Reed Malloy. J. Reed Malloy is one of my psychologist heroes. He's brilliant. He's done a tremendous amount of research on psychopaths, early research on psychopaths. He's done a lot of research on the psychology of stalking. He's a brilliant guy.
Much like you, Dr. John.
If you look at the schematic I put up, I'm going to talk about his
too. I'm going to say it. The doctors that don't use their last name, Dr. Bob, Dr. Bill, Dr. John. What's that? That reminds me of, like, are you a chiropractor? Because chiropractors do that all the time. And it makes me think that you're not really a true doctor. You do that.
Borne out by research and evidence of stalking. So for Malloy, stalking begins with what he calls a narcissistic linking fantasy.
This is so interesting to me. Okay. Guys, she was explaining this to me and I was like, oh, okay.
They're like, oh, crap.
Okay, here we go. A narcissistic linking fantasy.
You'll see on the
Dr. Blowhard
schematic that under the it says narcissistic linking fantasy. And some of the typical narcissistic linking fantasies are, they're listed by Malloy: special, loved, idealized, admired by, superior to, destined to be with the object. So what does he mean by a narcissistic linking fantasy? What he means essentially is that someone with narcissistic features that's very self-absorbed creates a fantasy that links them to the stalked object. The stalked object in most cases is a person. The narcissistic linking fantasy, so there's a link between the personality, often with narcissistic features. That's how people become so obsessed, because they're narcissistic, right? They're obsessed and they're narcissistic. They create a link to this fantasy of the object. Those fantasies revolve around feelings. I'll read it.
Yeah.
Page 18 from The Psychology of Stalking by J. Reed Malloy. Quote,
you should email me, Wendy. I would love to talk to you about, I had on a behavioral analysis on the Watts case, but I reached out to her and she hasn't replied. I would like to talk about Lauren's little twitchiness and her staring down the camera and eating her lips and stuff like that. And maybe even look at Dr. John. I haven't gone back. I haven't even gotten up like the drive to look at their actual page and go through some of their old stuff to compare like what they used to be like to what they're like now. Because I'm just wondering, like, are they the same? They said through this live that they're the same people that they've always been, but they look very stiff and different than what I recall seeing them in the past, which would make sense because they are going through something huge. I don't want to like totally negate everything because I know they're human beings and they're suffering, but I just feel like they brought this drama to us and now we're being shamed for reacting to the drama. And I'm so tired of being gaslit by the world. And I know you guys are too, that it's just like, come on, this is not stalking. This is not stalking. And Dr. John, who works in psychology, should know that, right? Should know what real stalking, if you've ever been with a true stalking victim, you know. Jeez. Anyway.
Oh, the general dynamic begins with the individual forming in her mind a narcissistic linking fantasy to a particular object. Such fantasies are characterized by conscious thoughts of being loved by or loving, admired by or admiring, in parentheses, idealizing, being exactly like, in parentheses, mirroring or complementing, in parentheses, twinship, or sharing a destiny with a particular object or person.
My email is scrolling across the banner there if you want to email me or contact me. I would even be interested in just doing, if you're not interested in coming on camera, just doing a written interview, like me sending you some questions and then you could answer them and I could read them. I'm even willing to do that type of interview with people.
In parentheses, merger. So I'm going to read this again without the parentheses. Such fantasies, narcissistic linking fantasies to a particular object, such fantasies are characterized by conscious thoughts of being loved by or loving, admired by or admiring, being exactly like or complementing, or sharing a destiny with a particular object or person. So you begin with a narcissistic linking fantasy. I'm gonna start with that, okay? Because that's the basis of stalking.
Yeah.
But let's I'm gonna switch lanes a little bit here because I'm gonna come back to this, but I'm gonna switch lanes. So I'm gonna swerve a little bit here, and I'm gonna talk about an Eminem song from 2000 called "Stan." A stan is basically a combination of a fan and a stalker.
Yeah, hello, baby. I guess they did it last night. I was sleeping when they did it, and I woke up to it, and so I just started streaming it. And we're over halfway through finally. It's been a slow go. Dr. John is really boring, in my opinion, and he's a blowhard, and he's just co-signing with Lauren Turd's BS. That's what I'm getting from all of this. And we're being shamed. We're being shamed for engaging in believing the stalker and not Lauren.
And the song is specifically about a fan who becomes a stalker because presumably Eminem or a celebrity won't respond to this person's emails. The reason I bring this up is because two of the detectives in Colorado that were responsible for executing the stalking order, they talked to you and Grayson afterwards, and they both referred to the TikToker as a fangirl. In fact, I wrote it down because Grayson told me what they said. One of the detectives said, I think this is a fangirl who rode yours. I think this is a fangirl who rode your coattails for a bit and then fell off, and now she's very angry about it.
She's 100% a fangirl. She was a hidden gem. And Lauren abused that relationship. She knew she was a fangirl and she used her for all she could get from her. And when she couldn't get anything else from her, when she was just too annoying for her, she cut her loose. So yeah, 100%. And?
So
Lauren befriended a fangirl, and she used that imbalanced friendship to further herself. Lauren did it too.
This is important because although I don't really see you or us as celebrities, like
No.
in our little niche, in our little true crime niche, people know us. Right. So it doesn't really matter whether we're not Brad Pitt, we're not Angelina Jolie, right? Like, obviously, we're not famous, but in our little niche, people know us. And that, by the way, is sufficient. That's sufficient to have someone fangirl you. Or me, I guess, to some degree. By the way, you get recognized all the time in public.
No.
Yesterday, or last week was the first time somebody recognized. I was at a Trader Joe's.
Now they're hitting the fans. It's perfection, really. It's just like perfection.
They were like, is your wife the one that did that crazy 9-hour live?
No, that was before. I was wearing a mask. I was wearing a mask in Trader Joe's because I thought nobody would recognize me, and I don't want to get sick because Trader Joe's is kind of a tight space. But somebody came up to me and they're like, "Are you Dr. John with Hidden True Crime?" And I was like, maybe.
Who's asking?
I don't know.
I'm gonna take schedule. Gotta go.
Anyway,
You were very flattered.
I was flattered. She was very kind. I just thanked her for watching us. I told her I was very appreciative that she recognized me and watched us. But
It doesn't happen a lot.
it doesn't happen a lot. It happened once with me. My point is, though, that although you're not a celebrity at a major level, you're a celebrity enough to the TikToker that detectives are applying this label fangirl. So that brings me to, I talked earlier about psychological essentialism as a category, psychological essentialism. Now I'm going to talk about something called life force essentialism.
Oh, good.
Life force essentialism is different than category essentialism in the sense that I can't find my notes. Oh, there it is. Life
I
force.
got his notes down, guys. They're all spread out. I'm like, there you go. Life force essentialism. Boom.
I'm doing a good job of managing them. So
You are. You're doing great.
life force essentialism is different than category essentialism in the sense that with life force essentialism, people see things and objects as having an underlying essence.
Did you want to go
And
star for that?
Oftentimes that underlying essence might be seen as having special properties. So like an example of that would be, let's say that Ohtani, who plays for the Dodgers, hits the game-winning home run in the World Series that's coming up.
Mhm.
The baseball that he hits,
When I'm not feeling angry and I'm more in my clinical mind, I find them fascinating and dangerous as well. When I'm just being my regular self, I find them annoying and angering.
hypothetically, right? I don't, because the World Series hasn't been played. The baseball that he hits, let's say the baseball he hits to win the World Series in 2025 is caught by a fan, right? Let's say it's caught by a kid. That baseball now has a lot of value.
Yeah.
That's a baseball that if you just bought it off the shelf would be like $5, right? But because Ohtani hit it, it now acquires what's called life force essentialism. It requires a special property, this almost magical property of having been hit by Ohtani to win the World Series, right? It requires this life force quality that people want and they're willing to pay for. So
baseball. It's baseball.
it's a baseball.
It's a baseball.
It's just a baseball,
Special.
right? But
I mean, they said they have 4 lawyers. I can't imagine 4 lawyers are recommending they do all this. It's just giving more fodder to Christina, which, I mean, yeah, at this point, I'm like, if I had to sit on a team, like they're saying team Lauren Turd or team Christina, I'd be on team Christina. I would. Because, but I think they're both in the wrong. I don't think 2 rights make a right. 2 wrongs make a right. But here, Lauren has just made this too much. And now we're being shamed. They're trying to shame us for it. It's just like, wow.
But it's now worth millions of dollars because people attribute these magical properties to it, or these special properties to it, right? The same thing is true of celebrities. So
When I was a teen, I saved the pen that a singer signed with backstage.
right, because you thought it had special qualities. And
Right.
so this is one of the reasons why people want to associate with celebrities. So for example, I remember years ago, there was some celebrity auction where I think George Clooney was like auctioning off one of his sweaters or something. And so, and somebody paid like $250,000 for that. The sweater by itself was probably worth $100, $150. I don't know. Maybe it's George Clooney.
Yeah, but-
$500.
Well,
Right?
that's the Conjuring house. They just sold this little shack that's supposed to be haunted that looks like it would be worth at the most $100,000 for over $1 million. It's like, what? Yeah. People pay things for things, and you can't tell me that Lauren doesn't know that she has a celebrity status in the true crime community and that she wasn't using it with these
mean girls to get ahead and to use them for what she could. I mean, Christina gifted her with a microphone and something else right off the bat. You don't think that that's a fangirl behavior? You don't think that's a fan behavior? I had somebody introduce themselves to me. I used to do ParaWomen Radio every Thursday, and we did these retreats and stuff like that. And this woman introduced me as my biggest fan. That was freaking uncomfortable. And I didn't know how to handle it. So I like kind of turned her into my friend. And I, watching this was like that wasn't a good move, Amy. Don't do that again. But, it is uncomfortable, and you have to realize that's a power imbalance. And you being married to Dr. John, he should have told you that. There's a power imbalance here. Don't abuse it. And you abused it, in my opinion. She abused it.
Right. But because George Clooney wore it, people perceived that it had special properties. And they bought it for $250,000. And guess what? The person who bought it said, "I will never wash this."
I think people need to realize about the power imbalances, and that I'm just a woman sitting in my home on my bed in front of my computer with a bird in my closet. I'm nobody different than anybody else. And Miss Lauren Turd is no different than me sitting at home, than you sitting wherever you're sitting or laying or doing whatever. We're all human beings on this human journey, and no one's above you and no one's below you. We're just all on this journey together.
Sweater, because the idea somehow is that even though it's the same damn sweater,
George Clooney might have sweating it now.
Right. Because George Clooney's DNA is on this thing, the person's never going to wash it because they feel like they have some connection to George Clooney. Right. So if they wear that sweater, they're like, "Hey, I'm George Clooney," right? Or whatever. So, but that's called life force essentialism. And the reason I mention that is because when we think about this idea of a narcissistic linking fantasy, this idea of life force essentialism is part of that fantasy. The fantasy is that if you're as the detective said, if someone is fangirling someone, they're trying to get some of that essence. So I think there's the part of this narcissistic linking fantasy for the TikTok.
Now he's trying to make people look bad that are fans of people. God, that pisses me off. Yeah, I did notice that she had a little sleight of the hand, and she used a lot of her sleeve. I'm an ugly crier. When I cry, I'm ugly crier, and also you can't understand me when I cry. So that was another thing. She was very understandable. So I don't know. Most women, when they cry, you can't understand them. Did they even address the whole Joe Schmo incident where Lauren was trying to get Christina arrested on purpose? They haven't yet. They really haven't addressed anything except what is a stalker and what isn't a stalker. And that Brad Pitt, we really shouldn't judge Brad Pitt on his personal behavior because his body of work is amazing. That's what I've taken away from this so far. The way she keeps looking into the camera is so creepy. Yeah, there's something to that, isn't there, Wendy, where they'll look down into the camera? I forget what it is. Also, most victims had, they last in court would have at least taken some time to regroup and then maybe hide because they're scared of any. Yet she's taking back her narrative. I just don't believe that if you were truly afraid like this, you would be doing it. Mommy, put your tweets out there, baby. Mommy, put tweets out. Yeah, they're out there. Are you thirsty? Okay, I'll get you some water. Hold on. Okay, let's get back to this. Okay, Mommy.
Here has to do with this idea of being let's call it a pseudo stan or a semi stan, right? It has to do with the fact that all the detectives in Colorado that talked to you about the situation, they saw the TikToker as a fangirl. That's how they defined her, right? And so it's interesting that there's this fantasy here about whatever the special quality you have, it's going to rub off on her. And that's part of this. That's part of this idea of not wanting to lose that connection to you. And having said that, I think if we're going to talk about the psychology of stalking, there's some elements here that there's been some research on stans that we need to talk about. So some of the elements that they found that create stands that engage in this type of celebrity worship or even fangirl people at a lower level like you, they found that an insecure parent-child attachment.
Interesting that now he's going into stands, but he has mentioned Brad Pitt, George Clooney, all these famous people who he fangirls over, but that's okay, I guess, because he's a safe fangirl.
Attachment is typically common in stands. They found that parental absence, so not even abuse, not neglect, not childhood trauma, just parental absence. So one parent, one or the other, or both parents can be absent more than usual. The presumption here is obviously that if a parent is absent or not giving a child enough attention, it could be that you grow up in a really big family and maybe one of the parents isn't as available. The presumption is that the reason you stalk celebrities or you fangirl pseudo-celebrities or semi-celebrities is because you're trying to make up for that parental absence. You're trying to engage with a parental figure or a special figure that somehow is going to give you something you didn't have when you were a child. There's another, it was a study in Hong Kong that looked at
that could be true also in the fact that Lauren likes to engage with younger women so that she can be the person that runs the bus, so to speak, in my opinion. So, I mean, are these girls fangirling her because she's making sure that they're younger and more impressionable? There's that.
Adolescents who engaged in celebrity worship. And what they found was a couple of things. The subjects in the study who did not have any particular preference for celebrities tended to have fairly high confidence and fairly high self-esteem. The kids who went after celebrities.
Dropped Charlie Kirk and trying to appeal to the MAGA people, I bet, because she compared this all to, Charlie Kirk being unalived. So, yeah, they are.
And engaged the stands who engaged in more celebrity worship, they had a weaker sense of self and lower self-confidence. The absorption addiction model says that stands or fangirls or fanboys, whatever, stands pursue parasocial relationships. So in other words, not real significant, not relationships where you know someone. Stands pursue parasocial relationships to make up for shortages in their real lives. And in that pursuit, they end up losing themselves. That's called
stands in general.
That's called the absorption addiction model. And I think we see elements of that here. That I think in some ways that, a lot of people have said online, get a life, grow up, right? That's saying the same thing. That's saying whatever's going on in this TikToker's life, that it's somehow deficient.
Yeah. If this had happened like 10 years ago, this would have went well for Lauren. Like she would have probably did what she set out to do. But in this day and age, we're all fatigued. We're all tired of people like Miss Lauren Turd here. And we've all been bullied by a bully one too many times. And yeah, the bullies are getting bullied and they don't like it. That's exactly it.
When it comes to media law, I think that I would define myself a limited public figure. Anyway, keep going. People can disagree with that, but legally speaking.
But it's the same dynamic. Mm-hmm. The point is it's the same dynamic, that fangirling anyone is this attempt to make up for deficits in someone's life.
Yeah.
There's a woman, her name is Amanda Montell. She wrote a book called The Age of Magical Overthinking. This is going to be a quote from her book, page 24. She's talking about celebrity worship. This doesn't refer to you. This just refers to her thoughts in general.
In general.
Quote Montell, quote, page 24. In both the public and private spheres, worship is dehumanizing. To be deified is not so flattering. The dynamic risks annihilating a person's room for complexity and blunders, and this sets everyone up for suffering.
Wow. It's really fascinating. Worship is dehumanizing. You're looking at the book. Can I just see the book?
Yeah.
I want to hold it up. Keep reading. Keep going.
So let me read that again. So some of the dehumanization in this smear campaign is the fact that you're portrayed as evil, right? Like that you've been labeled psychological essentialism. They've taken certain texts or whatever and private texts, and they've labeled you evil. And then there's this moral crusade.
Yeah.
But there's other ways you can dehumanize. And One of them is by portraying someone as something they're not giving.
I'm not sure I labeled her as evil until the very moment that Dr. John labeled her as evil. I just thought she was more annoying, like not a friend that I would ever want to have, someone that I'm sure would talk behind my back, not a person I want in my circle. Wouldn't have said evil necessarily, but now I will.
Them the room to, as she says, not giving them the room to be complex and to make blunders. If you don't give someone the room to be complex and to make blunders, you, according to her, I agree, you set everyone up for suffering. Because you're not defining it as a real relationship.
Yeah.
You're defining it as a cliched, right, rigid, narrow relationship. And if you do that, so if you're fangirling someone and the relationship turns out to be not what you expected, there's a lot of room in there for disappointment. There's a lot of room in there for anger. There's a lot of room to turn against someone because that relationship is turning out not to be what you wanted. And so now that I'm thinking about this, I'm actually going to read another quote from Amanda's book, Act Like I Know Her.
Really interesting. You did not talk about this.
Act Like I Know Her. I don't know her.
Yeah,
It's a very interesting book.
that's true. I see celebrities dehumanized all the time, real celebrities.
Here's what she says. It's just a sentence. It's simple, but I think it's totally relevant to our discussion. Quote, page 21, quote, nearly every stand worship A-lister has seen their flock's mania pervert overnight from devotion to disdain. Some of the people she talks about, Beyonce.
Who is exceptionally private.
There's so many. Charlie XCX. There's so many, right? Like if you're a stand worship A-lister, loved by your flock, loved by your group, you can literally go overnight from devotion to disdain based upon one mistake, right? And I think you're not an A-list celebrity, right? Like, but the point is, like part of this campaign is to try to flip that script. Part of this campaign is to try to get your flock to go from devotion to disdain by dehumanizing you, by not giving you any room for complexity, not giving you any room for vulnerability, not giving you any room for blunder, as she puts it.
Yeah.
And fortunately, our viewers are astute and they see through that. But that's part of this.
Yeah. Your gems, not minions.
Yeah. Our gems, not minions. Yeah, I know. Right. Let's go back. No, let's return. So I talked about this idea of stands and what creates a stand. And this really important idea of life force essentialism in terms of, right, you want to buy the celebrity's sweater so that you can feel like you're getting some of that special quality, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't know how someone can afford a sweater for $250,000, but hey,
someone did, and they love it. So
okay, let's go back to our diagram. So it begins with a narcissistic linking fantasy or life force essentialism. And then you go to what he calls acute or chronic rejection. So you have a fantasy, you have rejection. The rejection leads to feelings of shame or humiliation. which is then defended against with rage, which then leads to behavioral pursuit. That's the stalking. It fuels behavioral pursuit. The behavioral pursuit is intended to hurt, to control, to damage, or destroy. Only after the target, you, is hurt, controlled, damaged, or destroyed is the narcissistic linking fantasy restored.
Wow.
And this gets back to the idea that we've been talking about all along. That the goal of a cyber stalker or any stalker, a physical stalker, it doesn't matter. The goal is to ruin and damage the person beyond repair or to have them end up dead. That's how stuff like this, that's how this stuff ends. And the reason, according to Malloy, is because that's the only way for the stalker to restore the narcissistic linking fantasy. Okay, now we talked about so much.
Yeah.
But we talked about recently in psychology of stalking, we've talked about the research on that, we've talked about Malloy's chart, types of stalkers, stalking criteria, definitions. One of the big issues out there, in addition to all that, one of the big issues out there is one of the arguments for the TikToker, for the stalker, is that it's free speech. Right? This is probably the biggest argument. Well, it's free speech. This is just Mean Girls. Free speech, Mean Girls. Who cares? Mean Girls are Mean Girls. That doesn't mean you should get a stalking injunction. Don't weaponize the legal system. Ah, it's stupid.
Cat fight.
Cat fight.
That's how John talks when he's on camera. It's like, Lauren, what's up?
That's how John talks when he's trying to pretend like he's a woman. Is that what you're saying? That the psychologist is minimizing women's behaviors? Is that what you're trying to say to us?
One thing that philosophers do, that, you know, since I was majored in philosophy as an undergrad, one of the things I always loved about philosophy, even back when I was an undergrad, which
Getting his undergrad at Princeton, might I add, winning the thesis award. I know that you always underplay. And at this moment, now that people are trying to mock your education, I'm going to own it. He's brilliant. Scholarship. Valedictorian. Go ahead.
there's this argument about free speech. And as a matter of fact, in the TikTokers attorney's objection, that was the heart of it.
Yeah.
This is free speech. Who cares if she says that you want to have non-consensual relations with your brother, right? Who cares if she's threatening to harm your business? Who cares if she's reaching out to everyone in your business contacts and trying to ruin you and damage you? None of that matters because this is free speech. So, you know, one of the things philosophers like to do is we like to think about thought experiments. And I came up with one.
Okay, a thought experiment. Okay. For all of us at home, including me, I'm at home. A thought experiment with Dr. John Matthias.
Thought experiment.
PhD. All right.
And the reason we present thought experiments is because the reason philosophers do thought experiments is because they're trying to figure out kind of the boundaries around an issue, right? And whether by going through a thought experiment, you can ask questions about whether this is free speech, whether it's not, right? I'm presenting a hypothetical, but I think you could see this easily as being real. So
Okay.
in my thought experiment, there's a woman, Sylvia, and Sylvia has a daughter named Becky.
Okay.
And Becky's best friend is someone in school. They're adolescents.
Okay.
They're both 16 years old. Becky's best friend is Victoria.
Okay. Becky and Victoria.
Yeah. And Victoria happens to be the captain of the volleyball team. She's very well liked. She's considered to be one of the more attractive girls in her class, which is, I think, sophomore, junior years in high school. But Becky and Victoria have a falling out. And Becky's very angry at Victoria because Becky wanted Victoria to help her join the in crowd, and Victoria was kind of on the fence. She didn't really know how to do it, but she was happy to help her. But Becky thought it wasn't enough.
Okay.
Becky felt like that she was being shunned by Victoria in certain areas, and that Victoria could have helped her more to become more popular.
Okay.
So Becky goes home to her mother, Sylvia, and Becky says, "Mom, I'm really hurt. I just got shunned. I just got rejected by my best friend, Victoria, and I don't know what to do, and I don't want to deal with her anymore, and I'm done with it." And Sylvia says, you know what? I love true crime. there's this raging debate online now about a stalking situation, and everyone says it's free speech, and I agree it's free speech. And you know what you should do, Becky? You should open a TikTok account, and you should target Victoria. And what you should do with your account is you should try to harm her and ruin her life as much as you can, because that's perfectly acceptable under free speech. And what I recommend you start with is that you start with a post that you want to come back to, by the way, you want to repeatedly come back to this post, but you start with a post about how Victoria engaged in non-consensual contact with several of her younger siblings. And Becky says, oh, that's great. That sounds great. I hate Victoria. I want to start this TikTok. I want to really hurt her. So she posts
I just realized I had my mic on mute. I was trying to get the birds situated. No, what she really needs to do is create this private group where you get all these mean girls that will co-sign your BS in this private group. And then you start talking about people behind their back in a bunch of private group. And then if they don't agree with you, like sort of like Lori, you just kind of kick them out. And once you kick them out, then you start talking about them. That's what you do, Dr. John. You don't go and get a TikTok that's public and show the world who you are. Oh, can't do that.
The first TikTok in a video of Victoria engaging in non-consensual relations with her younger siblings. Goes viral. Victoria is really hurt. People believe it. People start shunning Victoria. People start avoiding her. None of it's true, by the way.
Poor Lauren turd.
Victoria becomes a bit of a laughing stock. People are talking endlessly behind her back about the supposed non-consensual contact that Victoria had with her younger siblings. Victoria is so upset by this, and she's receiving so much mockery at school that she has to, within a year, she has to leave the volleyball team and she leaves school to be homeschooled by her mother.
She can't do her volleyball anymore.
Becky continues because Sylvia, her mother, says, you know what? You should post as much as you can. Post every day. Go back to the post about non-consensual contact, about Victoria being an abuser. Go back to that regularly, but post other stuff. But now post her dropping out of school to be homeschooled and how only losers do that. Now post that she wasn't strong enough to stay in school, that she wasn't strong enough to stay on the volleyball team. I want you to just mock her because free speech. They graduate from high school. Victoria does it obviously not in the actual school. She does it from home.
And isn't it disgusting that they wanted her to be on a tether or in jail? I mean, I just find that's really disgusting. Like they want to put a permanent record on this woman for free speech. They want something to follow her around the rest of her life for free speech. It's just for what they're doing right now. It's just outrageous.
And when she graduates, Becky posts that homeschool doesn't really count, that even though she passed all the accreditation exams and did what she needed to do, that Victoria's a loser because she had to be homeschooled and she couldn't stand the fact that she couldn't deal with the truth that she was in fact an abuser. But of course, Becky's posting all kinds of other things, like she says, I'm going to burn your flipping kingdom to the ground. She's saying she's going to expose her, that because she was her best friend, she has all these private text messages and emails that she's going to put out there to harm her. She continues posting every day. Years pass, still posting. Victoria gets married. she sees that Becky sees that Victoria's posted photos of her marriage. So she mocks her marriage. She mocks her husband. She talks about how ugly he is, what a loser he is, how he has no future, what a loser she is.
I mean,
She continues to say
horrible.
that whatever Victoria has in her life, she's going to take it away and she's going to burn her kingdom to the ground. Victoria finally has kids. When her first child is born, Becky posts that she believes Victoria is now going to abuse her child. She posts that her children are losers. She posts that CPS should become involved because, of course, she's an abuser and the child are going to be taken away. So why doesn't CPS jump in now? And she can do all this.
I guess that answers my question that CPS has been called on them. Somebody's called CPS on Victoria, or AKA Lauren Turd. Somebody is called on them.
Because, of course, free speech. She can say whatever she damn well pleases, right? Free speech.
It's so stupid.
Victoria has another child. A couple years later, same thing. She has another child. Same thing. Becky keeps posting that her children are going to be sexually abused. She keeps posting that Victoria is an abuser, that CPS should get involved, take her kids. She won't stop with that theme.
She just won't stop.
Victoria is struggling. This is taking a toll on her. It's taking an immense toll on her. So finally, Victoria and her husband decide that they're going to pursue a stalking injunction with the court. The initial injunction is granted, but they go to court, and basically the judge says, this is just a cat fight between two now adult females. But this is a cat fight.
Dr. John is big mad at the courts in Utah. You can tell he's big mad. In this story, he's big mad. I mean, Victoria, she's big mad.
Adult females. And of course, free speech, because you know what, Victoria? I don't think Becky should be silenced. I don't think anyone should be silenced. So just basically take it. And even though, Becky's a little bit of a mean girl, maybe she's cyberbullying you a little bit, I think that stalking is just showing up at someone's home with a gun. And she hasn't done that. She hasn't approached you in your car. She hasn't approached you. They live in the same town. She hasn't approached you at the grocery store. She hasn't approached you anywhere. She hasn't physically harmed you. So the judge actually goes on record and says, you know what? This stalking injunction is dismissed because, quote, this reminds me of the Real Housewives of Salt Lake City.
All he's doing
So guess what? Go back to your life.
All he's doing is taking his story, replacing two names in it, maybe throwing in a little of his thoughts and interjection, and trying to pass it off as what? A character study? What the F are we doing here? What are we really doing here?
Life, just grin and bear it and carry on. Victoria has been supported by her husband for most of her life, but she finally decides,
we need,
after having 3 children, all of whom
something in here to spice it up. And then she went on to join the Spice Girls, and David Beckham decided to have an affair with Brad Pitt that was in love secretly with Dr. John. The end.
Are targeted by the stalker, by Becky. She decides to get a job. She goes back to school. She gets certified as a teacher. She starts a job. And what happens? Becky starts posting again about how Victoria is an abuser and that she's going to harm the children in her class because she's teaching in elementary school. And then she needs to lose her job. Victoria does lose her job because of these posts. Their posts are persistent. They're repeated. Victoria has told Becky numerous times, please stop. Please leave me alone. I feel threatened. I feel harassed. But the court will not protect her.
Wow.
She's forced out of her job. She's forced.
Dr. John doesn't strike me as someone who has big D energy anyway. So maybe she's always still peeping, looking for it. I don't know. I don't know how she got her hidden minions to call him Dr. Cutie or Dr. Babe or whatever they call him. Dr. Comb Over.
To resign because of all the rumors and gossip about her being an abuser. So what does she do? She finds another job. This time she goes to the local community center. She loves working with kids. She's got 3 kids. That's her passion. But guess what? Becky's persistent. Becky takes back to social media and tells the community center, you are an abuser. You should not be working at this community center. You're putting all these kids at risk. Lo and behold, Victoria.
They're using they're trying to use stalker law to control defamation, and defamation is really hard to and expensive to prove. And so this is what they're doing, and it's really disgusting. It's really disgusting to me.
Victoria loses her position once again.
I keep hearing a cat. I think there's a cat outside now. I think there's a cat outside my window.
Because Victoria doesn't know what to do, because she still loves kids, she starts a YouTube channel. And the YouTube channel it pertains to children's education. She reads books, children's books. She's just doing anything she can to help kids. But guess what? Becky thinks that's absurd because there's no proof of this whatsoever. But Becky decides, of course, that she shouldn't have her YouTube channel or any way to make a living because she's an abuser. So she starts posting relentlessly on her TikTok, again, about Victoria and her abuse. An online mob flocks to her channel, which is starting to get some momentum finally. And she's canceled. Not only is she canceled, but her friends, her coworkers, her colleagues in the community, the people at the school where she taught, they all turn against her. So finally, after all these losses and all this trauma and this rumor that she can't dispel, even though she said repeatedly, I did not do that. Even her siblings have said, she did not do that. It doesn't matter. She's continued with this lie over and over again. It's called the sleeper effect. If you tell a lie enough, over and over again, people believe it.
People start to believe it.
Like stalker.
That's what's happening with you.
Stalker.
People are telling the lies over and over, and people are believing it.
You do a live where you pull out the stalker word over 400 times so that people, your hidden minions, will believe it. Yeah, I believe it.
So finally, after years, and by the way, so Becky meets with her mother for lunch, and she tells her mom, Sylvia, she said, Mom, that was great. You know, you allowed me to see quite clearly that because of free speech, I have a lifetime pass. I have a lifetime ticket to just ridicule and threaten and harass this friend of mine who didn't do enough for me and who rejected me. And she thanks her mom and says, wow, this has just been great. Free speech is so great. I love it. And oddly enough, Sylvia says at this lunch, Sylvia says, you know, I've been watching this and, you know, maybe it's too much. Maybe you've gone too far. Maybe you should really rein this in a little bit. But Becky says, no, Mom, you taught me free speech. Like I can say any damn thing I want. I'm not stalking her. I haven't showed up at her home with a gun. I haven't followed her in a car. I haven't followed her at the mall. I haven't followed her in a restaurant. I've done nothing wrong. I can say whatever I want. Free speech. So the way this ends, and I don't know the final ending, but the way this story ends, the way this thought experiment ends, is that Victoria's
unhappy with the fact that the free speech that Christina is sharing is the truth and not defamation or the not truth. So they're very unhappy with the fact that Christina's just sharing who Lauren is. And that really makes them unhappy.
She wakes up one morning in her bed. Distraught.
Now, is Victoria suddenly Dr. John? Are we now talking about Dr. John? Because sounds like Dr. John suddenly woke up in his bed unhappy. Looks like it too.
And she tells her husband, she can't keep doing it. Okay, let's take this out. The way this ends is Victoria is in her bed, crying.
I'm sorry, but I just envision them in their bed, Lauren Turd holding Dr. John, him saying he can't do it anymore, and them coming up with this plan that she should do a 9-hour live, and then they'll follow it up with a Patreon, and then this. And this was not a good plan.
Wakes her husband up, and she tells him that she can't keep doing it. She's decided that she can't go any further, and she's thinking about killing herself. What happens after that, I don't know. That's the end of the thought experiment. I don't know what she did. But she wakes up at that point because she realizes that Becky's not going to stop until she's completely ruined her life or she's deceased.
Dr. John.
Because Becky understands that by hiding behind this argument of free speech, that she has a lifetime ticket to target and harass any person she wants over anything without any repercussions because of free speech. So my challenge to people with this thought experience, my challenge to anyone is to say to them, if you're a mother of someone, a daughter or a son, if you're a mother, would you recommend that one of your sons or daughters engages in this type of behavior?
Nobody would, in their right mind, would recommend that their sons and daughters do what you just did in this free thought speech, whatever, that didn't really happen. It's just your side of the story. I'm sure we could get a free thought speech story from Christina that slanted towards her behaviors and her beliefs. It's just mean girl BS that you have inserted yourself into because your wife became the biggest mean girl on the biggest bully on the yard, and the bully's being taken down. And I mean, that sucks for her and you. It really does. And I do have huge empathy for people, and I get myself in trouble with it because I feel sorry for people too much. But I really don't feel sorry for these two at this particular moment because this is calculated. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're making money off of it. If they were making no money whatsoever, they were just here. If they didn't have their super stickers and chats and they just, weren't making tons and tons of money off of all of this, I might think otherwise, but I don't. I see it exactly for what it is, and I think you guys do too.
And if you do, I guess that's your choice, right? Free speech.
Yes, it is my choice.
But I'm curious.
You're wanting to take away my choice. You're wanting you to have your free speech. What you have to say is important, Dr. John, but what everybody else that's against it has to say is not important. You're the only important one in the room. You're the only one who should have the free speech. We should take away free speech from everybody. Yeah, it sucks when people talk about you, and it shouldn't be like that. And we should maybe teach our younger children not to be this way. But it is what it is, and the rules can't change just for Lauren Turd. It just doesn't work that way. Because if it did, I would love for them to change for me too, because I've got some rules that I would like changing. And I'm sure there's people in my audience listening, they've got some rules they want to enforce too. And then their friends and family, they got some rules too. And over there in the corner, back over there, they got rules that they want to enforce and over there. So then pretty soon, nobody's got any free speech. So sit down and shut up and deal with it. This is not stalking. It's not.
I'm curious.
It's unfortunate.
Is that a reasonable
behavior on both sides, but it's not stalking. There's real stalking.
Is that a reasonable course of action for a parent to say to their child, or for an adult to say to themselves, I I have an issue with this person. I'm going to set up a targeted social media account
And I gotta
to
be
harm
honest
them.
with you guys. The more I listen to it, the more angry I get. I got to get back into my humor stage where this is making me laugh because I'm getting too mad about it. But you know, I think about all those years working with actual victims and the real struggles and trauma and just the look in their eyes, the feelings that they felt. I tell the story that one of the few times a gun was pulled on me was at a domestic shelter. I was walking a woman and her son out to the car to go to court, and the guy was there. And you know, that's real. And I'm sorry to Dr. John, but that's real stalking. That's showing up face to face with a gun stalking. And that's terrifying. Somebody say, if I promise you that if that guy was across the 2 states over or whatever, typing about her on the internet, she would have much rather had that. That's not stalking. Anyway, sorry, I'm yelling. Just some personal past histories of working with true victims is coming up to play, and I'm feeling really angry at these two right now. So just gonna let it play and catch my breath.
And I will spend the rest of my life engaged in this campaign of harm until I ruin this human being. And even if you argue that that's free speech, that doesn't even consider, because this is a philosophical thought experiment, you have to consider the ethical and moral implications of that behavior.
Experiment. This is your story, and you're just changing a few words here and there and names. It's not
even addressing that. Are there ethical and moral implications to letting your child set up such an account under the auspices of free speech?
And these aren't kids.
To harm someone else.
This is a 45-year-old grown woman that has a child and a man, fangirl husband, and Christina, I think, who's in her 20s and is married too. So these aren't even girls. These aren't even girls with mothers that are influencing them at this point. The influencing by their mothers should be over. Well, not really. I mean, you know, respect your mother always, but you know what I mean, right, guys?
That's my question. I do want to return to a part of that thought experiment, by the way. And it has to do with the part about going into court and being told essentially that this is just nothing but mean girl stuff. Even though Victoria, in this thought experiment, Victoria has never responded online.
Never.
She's never said anything about Becky. She's never fought back, right? I'm going to go back to the textbook.
I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe for a second that she's never fought back through another person. What about at the bar that night where she had, I forget what his name is. You guys were asking me in chat. The guy who was following him around, taking pictures, inching closer and closer. Jay for Justice did an interview with him. You guys know who I'm talking about. And he was inching closer and closer to get a photo of them. What about that? What about her minions that she's having do her dirty work? How many times did Grayson call the police for her? I mean, really, her little dirty paws are not clean.
Stalkers and their victims.
Schmo. Yeah, Judge Schmo.
Second edition. Let's consider this whole idea of a cat fight. Here's what Mullen, they have a chapter 11, it's on female stalkers. Here's what Mullen et al. Say about female stalking.
Another book.
Victimization studies, quote, this is on page 136.
Okay.
Victimization studies indicate that females are seldom prosecuted for stalking offenses, with criminal justice intervention most likely to proceed in those cases involving a male accused of stalking a woman. So this is persistent.
Mm-hmm.
That many people, including some law enforcement.
This is their third live. Really, Lauren didn't she do another? She did, what's his name? Why can't I remember his name? Duty Ron. She did Duty Ron, and then I think she did one other show, and then Grayson did a show, and then they did their Patreon. Has Christina done anything since any of this? I mean, really, who's turning into the stalker? Who's pounding it home?
Judges, you name it, they don't see stalking as stalking unless it involves a male. Females are just not prosecuted as much. And that speaks to this issue of the mean girl catfight thing, right? This stereotype that stalking is chasing someone with a gun, and specifically, you better be a male, otherwise you're not going to be prosecuted, because if you're a female doing it, it's not serious.
Yeah.
It's a catfight, right? I'll go on. Quote, put simply, stalking by females is yet to be afforded the same degree of seriousness attached to males who harass. This despite empirical evidence that females are no less intrusive or persistent in their stalking, and that they are no less a threat to their victims.
Well, I believe that. I mean, we're learning. Look at all the teachers that are coming out as molesters. I mean, just because that's...
I just want to say on that issue,
doesn't make Christina a stalker.
When it comes to stalking, and this is consistent with the research I just read, there's clearly a sexist bias. Males are prosecuted, females aren't. When females engage in this type of behavior, even though they're equally dangerous, the research shows this, that they're dismissed. And you know what's interesting about your situation? I really appreciate the fact that certain men like Colby Ryan reached out to you and said, thank you for that vulnerability. Thank you for that type of raw emotion.
So we're going to bring Colby Ryan into it, another Brad Pitt situation where we all know what happened with Colby Ryan. I think we should just put Colby Ryan to bed as being someone as we hold up there as being proof that Lauren is a good person. He doesn't do it for me.
But you know what? There's a lot of people.
But I guess we need to put that aside and look at his body of work, which is his mother, unalived, his siblings. And so now he has been elevated into some kind of status, true crime status, where we're not supposed to question him either. What is the point of that?
That are going to really struggle with that type of raw emotion. There's a lot of people that are going to struggle with that type of a vulnerability. There's a lot of people that are very uncomfortable. And because of that, they're labeling you things like histrionic, right? They're dismissing you because you're a female expressing emotion. This is where the sexist bias comes in. They're dismissing you as not serious, as untrustworthy, right? They're dismissing you as frivolous, as silly, as being engaged in a catfight, as a dispute between mean girls, because you're female. Because the stalker wasn't following you with a gun. It doesn't matter. People can't handle the type of vulnerability and emotion that you expressed on that live for hours. What's the response? It's to call you histrionic. It's to call you a liar. It's to say you're faking. It's to say you're doing it for clicks. You're doing it for attention, right? That's because, and by the way, one of the people saying this because of this was on our show years ago. And I will say this, one of the worst moments I've ever had in 5 years, one of the moments that pissed me off to no end, unlike every other moment on any show I've ever been on, this person was on the show. And somebody, a viewer asked a question of me that was extremely emotional. And I was pondering the question. You could see I was getting emotional. I was going to give one of the best responses I've ever given. And you know what happened? Because this person couldn't handle the fact that I was getting emotional, they cut me off. They absolutely cut me off, refused to let me answer because they couldn't handle that emotion.
You were about to give the best response of your life and they cut you off? I cannot. John, how do you push forward in life? What the F is this about?
In a male, especially in a male, that raw emotion that I was about to express, and I was so angry. If this person wonders why she's not on our channel, you might want to look at yourself. You might want to look at the fact that you cut me off in one of the most critical moments on one of our shows that
I cannot believe you cut off Dr. John. That is in the rule book and hidden true crime. Rule number 1, do not cut off Dr. John. Rule number 2, do not cut off Dr. John. Rule number 3, don't talk about Lauren ever. And there's really 200 rules, but I just can't go through them all right now.
Ever had. You might want to look at the fact that people didn't like you. You might want to look at the fact that you spoke over Lauren and myself. You might want to look at the fact that you thought you owned this channel when you didn't. You might want to look at the fact that there was a groundswell of people who despised you.
Read the room, Christina. You never cut off Dr. John.
So this idea of female stalkers being frivolous and silly and hysterical and overly emotional, most of the people saying that are males because they can't handle that type of emotion. They can't handle that vulnerability. So the easy
saying anything.
response to that is to point the finger at you and say, you're lying, you're faking. Mm-hmm. The goal is not only to play in this, to fall into the stereotype of that only males are stalkers, only males can be violent. That's bullshit. The goal is to disempower you. The goal is to disempower all females.
I'm learning that actually.
That are stalked by other females.
Learning to walk that road. Being an ex-social worker, I have like such kindness and I want to help everybody. But in this day and age, and with my autoimmunes, I can't help everyone. But I can feel bad for you. But I can also not like your behavior, and I'm just kind of learning all of that, relearning it at an older age, just trying to balance everything. And I'll feel guilty for making fun of them later in the day. I'm sure I will. But my sarcasm is really thick right now because I'm just really angry at these two. I just really am angry at the fact that they cannot see it. Like can we take their heads and just knock them together? You think that would work? Just knock them together and then, oh, we see it. We're both idiots. Yes, we're all idiots in this situation. Sorry, folks. Sorry. Goodbye. That's not going to happen, but
Females. The goal is to make you look irrational. The goal is to make you look weak and stupid and irrational. It's to call you a liar, to discredit you. And you know what it's about? It's about the fact that these people cannot handle vulnerability. It's about the fact that years ago when that person cut me.
He says these words, these are the exact words that are slapping them back in the face. These people cannot handle vulnerability. They cannot handle any narrative getting out that isn't their own carefully crafted narrative. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable when people say things about you that aren't true. It's horrible, actually. But I mean, once it happens a few times, then you're like, I kind of know who I am. I know who I am. I know who I am. And those aren't true words. And also you realize too, that you don't have to show up to every argument. You don't have to defend yourself with everything that everybody says about you. You don't have to do that. In fact, it makes it worse. So it's just this fine balance that you choose to do when you choose this line of work. It just is what it is. And if you don't like it, then become a behind the scenes writer or do something else. Like the world isn't going to change just for these two people.
She could not handle my vulnerability and my raw emotion. And I'm still pissed.
I'm pissed.
Years later, I'm pissed.
I'm pissed.
Somebody cut me off.
I'm mad
for my question
John.
in probably the most vulnerable way I could ever answer a question.
You poor guy.
Because it was about my son.
No.
And it was about JJ.
It was your best answer ever.
So I say to all the haters who are claiming that you're lying and that this can't be stalking, I say, to them.
John doesn't know something. There's something in this story that John just doesn't have the information yet. And I'm ready for it. I'm ready.
Challenge them to look again and to check their own emotions and to check themselves and their own inability to be vulnerable.
Challenge accepted. I predict you're going to have thousands of people digging through your stuff over and over and over again. Challenge accepted, Dr. John.
Because what they're doing is despicable. And I want to make a comment too. I want to go back to this idea of psychological essentialism where we started, that all people at some level want to see themselves as good people.
We're back to Brad Pitt.
And that people often take small traits and amplify them, generalize from those traits to define another human being. Remember we talked about remember Gabriel, the herder?
Mr. John needs to start microdosing or something so that he can like maybe see a bigger perspective of things. Just kind of like figure out that maybe there's a reason why husbands don't get involved in their wives' fights. You know, they usually try to stay out of this kind of stuff because you really don't get the full story. You're not getting the full story. I promise you, you do not have the full story, Dr. John.
Mm-hmm. Gabriel, the 4-year-old herder.
There's a lot of people out there that are mocking your looks, that are making fun of your appearance. And I just want to say on that, I mean, people can, you know, you're laughing about some of it. It's funny, right? Like some of it's roasting you, but let's look a little deeper, right? Like that psychological essentialism. If you want to disempower a female, the easiest way to do it is to mock her looks, and then to say, "Look, she looks stupid. She must be stupid," right? It's to do the very thing that.
Nobody's saying she looks stupid. They're saying she looks fake. That she's done too much work to her face, that her eyebrows are pretty out of control. Like, why should, when people have weird things on their face or on their body and we notice it, and then you try to shame us for noticing something abnormal like that, like, it's not our fault that she's got those pointy, evil eyebrows and that's all we can see. In fact, maybe we should be mad at her for doing that to us, for making us notice it. Like, don't be angry at us when you have weird shit on your face and you've done it to your face and it's not like a birth defect of some sort. I'm sick of people being mad. Like there's a way of shaming people, making fun of the way they look, where they have no ability of controlling it, and that's like, stay away from that. But when somebody purposely does that to their face, don't be mad when people notice.
The 4-year-old was doing to Gabriel, which was to take a particular element, a particular attribute of you, your looks, whatever, your eyebrows, right? And it was to say that because of that, you're a clown. Because of the way you look, that you're silly and you can't be taken seriously, and therefore you must be a liar. And you know what? That's fucking bullshit. And it pisses me off because it is so sexist and it is so demeaning and it is so disempowering of women. And you get it all the time.
John's
unfairly.
Women
you get it from women. But it's a classic case of psychological essentialism, in the sense that you're taking one attribute, your looks, or any female's looks. I'm sure a lot of females out there have gone through this. It's taking one aspect, one attribute of you, and generalizing to your personality and defining you in terms of that.
Yeah.
And if that's not sexist, then, then I don't know what the hell is. But, but in today's world, it doesn't really matter.
She looks crazy.
Right? It doesn't matter in the sense that
she's done so much. I mean, she looks like a Beverly Hills person that got into too much, people say it's Botox, but I see filler. I see more filler than Botox. But Botox is just like the key word for filler. So, yeah, she looks crazy to me, and it angers me when people get mad when you notice the way somebody looks. Like, we're human beings. We are programmed to notice differences and similarities in people. It's what we do. It's how we identify people. Like when I say to somebody, were they white or black? Well, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter, but it helps in identifying things, right? So don't shame me for asking these questions that you are racist or something about. Like, people are putting their own shit on other people these days, and I'm just not here for it. I'm not.
And it's not, by the way, you're so used to it, it's not going to harm you.
Right.
But I think what I want to say is I want the people to be aware of let's call this what it is. When you mock someone's looks, do you really believe that that's defining their personality? Do you really believe that that is a valid perspective on who that person is? That that's a valid insight into who that person is? It's obviously not.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I know that
Yes, you are.
cognitive, I talked about it earlier.
You're trying to change your mind and shame us.
I know that confirmation bias and the cognitive response principle mean that no matter what information you give someone, they're not going to change their mind. They're just going to come.
Ones, as you grow older, you have to make two choices. You can either look natural, or you can look like a grotesque figure with all of this cosmetic surgery. And you decide. And she has made her decision, and don't be mad at the people who notice it. That's all I have to say about that.
Come up with reasons why they're right. I know from confirmation bias that whatever I say here, they already have an opinion. They're going to believe that no matter what. So I'm just putting this out there because I'm trying to complement your 9-hour live with my lesser version of that, my research-based live that analyzes the situation. Because you know what? That's what our viewers expect. That's what our viewers like. This is what we do
At Hidden True Crime.
at Hidden True Crime.
And for those of you that didn't know, because I think a lot of people that are talking about the epic 9-hour live haven't even watched this before. This is what we do here at Hidden True Crime.
This is what we do. I do want to get back to the free speech issue. There's a couple of things I want to talk about at the end here, and then we're going to be done soon. You read this on your live? This is the memorandum
Yes.
by our attorney, Daston.
This is his reply. This is his reply to their free speech argument. The reply memorandum in support of requests for civil stalking and petitioner's pretrial brief.
I'm going to read some of this because I think it's important, and it's going to reiterate some of the issues we've talked about, especially about free speech. This is from the introduction. Quote, respondent's opposition fundamentally mischaracterizes both the law and the facts of this case by advancing two legally unsupported defenses. Number one, the petitioner's social media presence somehow diminishes her protection from stalking. Think about that. Her attorneys argued that her social media presence, that your social media presence diminished your protection from stalking.
Tell that to Taylor Swift.
So somehow, because you're a limited
Public figure.
And you have a social media presence, never once did you respond to her, by the way, but that diminishes your protection from stalking. And two, that creating multiple social media accounts dedicated to attacking petitioner's character constituted protected, quote, public discourse. Both arguments fail as a matter of law. The evidence before this court, including sworn declarations from multiple witnesses and documented exhibits, demonstrates a calculated campaign of harassment that has caused petitioner, you, to experience suicidal ideation for the first time in her life. As petitioner testified, up until 2025, I've never questioned that before. This has felt like a complete nightmare I can't wake up from, unquote. The dangerous precedent respondent seeks would eviscerate stalking protections for anyone with an online presence and would transform social media into a free fire zone for personal vendettas The court should reject respondents' attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for targeted harassment. The First Amendment protects robust public debate and criticism, but it does not protect courses of conduct intended to cause fear or emotional distress, targeted harassment campaigns, true threats, and stalking behavior. This is from Virginia v. Black, 538 U.S., Counterman versus Colorado, 600 U.S. Quote, the First Amendment permits restrictions on speech that threaten unlawful violence or consist of targeted harassment. The most compelling evidence that respondents' conduct constitutes stalking, rather than protected speech, is that the singular purpose of their social media accounts. Respondent has created at least 2 separate social media accounts dedicated exclusively to disparaging petitioner under the thin veil of discussing, quote, an ex-friend. This is not a case where respondent maintains general social media accounts that occasionally reference petitioner while discussing various topics. These accounts were created for one purpose only, to conduct a sustained campaign attacking the petitioner's moral character. When 100% of an account's content targets a single individual, it cannot be characterized as public discourse. It is a harassment campaign.
My attorney is Dastin Dow, by the way. Many people asked. They thought this was really well done. Thank you, Dastin.
Whatever.
The Supreme Court has long distinguished between speech on matters of public concern and purely private disputes. See Snyder versus Phelps. Personal grievances between former friends do not constitute matters of public concern that warrant First Amendment protection when used as weapons for harassment.
What I'm gathering is they did this like in their Discord or something, pre-recorded it, because, I mean, how are they reading their chat if this is a video premiere? So they must have recorded it in Discord or something and then edited it and then did it as a video premiere. I mean, that's a lot of money off of one thing. Well, at least they know how to work it. I'll give them that, right? They're getting their bank through this. She's reclaiming her narrative and getting paid.
Harassment. This is revenge masquerading as free speech. I'm skipping around, by the way.
Yeah. I read the whole thing on my 9-hour live. You're making your points.
The clear intent is to damage the petitioner's reputation and cause emotional distress. Each account creation, each post, and each attempt to expand the audience for these attacks constitutes a separate act in the stalking pattern. The use of multiple platforms demonstrates escalation and obsessive behavior, not legitimate commentary. Here, the numbers speak for themselves. 50 plus posts and videos about you, petitioner, over a 6-month period across multiple platforms. This far exceeds the statutory minimum of, quote, 2 or more acts required by Utah law. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue the harassment campaign. This is not a case of 1 or 2 ill-considered posts in a moment of anger. This is a sustained, deliberate campaign spanning half a year. The sheer volume and duration demonstrate the obsessive nature of respondent's conduct and her intent to cause ongoing distress. The Ragsdale Court emphasized examining the cumulative effect of conduct. A social media harassment campaign creates unique cumulative harm. We talked about this in the research. Permanent digital footprint of attacks, viral potential of expanding the audience, 24/7 accessibility to harassing content, and recruitment of others to participate in the harassment, which she did. Also, the ongoing nature creates the fear of escalation. Respondents' opposition states it is simply not reasonable that Matthias would expect to continually engage in public discussion without encountering speech he disagrees with. This fundamentally misunderstands the reasonable person analysis under Utah Code 776-5-106.5. The proper inquiry is whether a reasonable person in petitioner's circumstances would experience fear or emotional distress from the specific conduct alleged, not whether public figures should generally expect criticism. The Supreme Court in Counterman versus Colorado recently reaffirmed that states may constitutionally prohibit true threats and stalking conduct, requiring only a showing of recklessness regarding the threatening nature of communications. There's a compelling government interest
a bunch of me doth think he protests too much. It's just so much over and over the same argument with different analogies, different names, different whatever, but never recognizing that you have any role in this whatsoever.
That includes protecting citizens from fear, targeted harassment, and stalking of a compelling nature. The requested injunction seeks only to prevent stalking conduct, not legitimate criticism or protected speech. It is narrowly tailored to serve the government's interest in protecting petitioner from targeted harassment online. The evidence establishes that respondent created a systematic harassment campaign across multiple class platforms, producing 53 plus documented videos and 33 plus Instagram posts dedicated exclusively to targeting the petitioner, which is confirmed by one of the witnesses. This unprecedented volume of content, combined with witness testimony, established the clear intent to harass rather than to engage in protected speech. Respondent published a video with caption, "Without his consent," falsely insinuating the sexual assault of the petitioner's dying brother, who just passed away in March of 2025. The psychological cruelty of this post cannot be overstated, attacking a grieving sister with false sexual assault allegations about her deceased brother. The respondent posted recordings of petitioner's voice comparing her murderer to murderer Jodi Arias, garnering 33,000 plus views. The events in Boise, Idaho also demonstrate how the respondent's online campaign translated into real-world stalking involving multiple accomplices. He lists those. I'm not going to go over those. You've covered all these. I'm just covering the main points.
What Trisha Griffith said was really good. To mention her.
It is good. I'm just going to finish with this, and then I'm going to finish up with some final thoughts. Each post, each confrontation, each violation represents a separate act.
Directs him to the point to what she really wants him to talk about. So that's what he's going to do now.
Far exceeding the statutory minimum, which is two incidents. That's all you needed.
Right, just 2.
But more than that.
After this live, she's going to unzip her purse and take his balls out of it and hand them back to him. That's what's going to happen.
Let me just reiterate, her violating the stalking injunction at CrimeCon, that should have been an automatic grounds for enforcement.
Yeah.
And the judge wouldn't even hear it. Respondent's opposition rests on 2 fundamental legal errors. Number 1, the belief that public visibility diminishes one's right to be free from stalking. And 2, the claim that social media accounts dedicated to attacking an ex-friend constitute protected public discourse. Both positions find no support in Utah law and would create dangerous precedents. I agree with that, by the way. That if this was dismissed, if we didn't drop this, the precedent here would have been unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. A small court in Provo, Utah, setting a precedent for all kids and adults to engage in unrestricted stalking under the guise of free speech for the rest of their lives. The statutory language is clear and dispositive. Utah Code 76-5-106.5 explicitly prohibits communications, quote, to or about an individual. The legislature did not limit the statute to direct contact. It deliberately included or about to capture indirect harassment campaigns.
To or
about. She doesn't need to speak to you. She just needs to speak about you.
Her attorney is actually specifically left out.
About. Yeah.
On
She
purpose, I'm
just
sure.
needs to think about
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, Grayson even noted it, and then so did her attorney.
Yeah.
Her attorney
should be-
left out some of the case law.
She should be in prison, I think, for at least 10 years. Yeah. Christina needs to go to prison because Dr. John and Lauren Turd feel threatened.
Right, that was convenient. Let's just leave out the case law. Respondent's creation of multiple social media accounts posting 50 plus times about petitioner over 6 months falls squarely within the statutory prohibition. Each of these 50 plus posts represents a deliberate choice to continue communicating about petitioner to third parties, far exceeding the statutory minimum of 2 acts required for a course of conduct. Utah's civil stalking statute protects all persons equally, regardless of their public profile or social media presence. The statute's inclusion of communication about individuals demonstrates the legislature's clear intent to prevent exactly what respondent has done here: conduct an indirect harassment campaign through social media. To hold otherwise would eviscerate stalking protections in the modern digital age and create an untenable legal precedent whereby anyone with an online presence forfeits basic personal safety protection. The evidence clearly establishes that respondent has engaged in a sustained campaign of harassment through multiple social media platforms. This is not protected public discourse. It is targeted harassment using an ex-friend as a thin veil for a personal vendetta. The First Amendment protects robust public debate. It does not protect weaponizing social media platforms to conduct harassment campaigns about individuals through dozens of posts over months. The evidence before this court paints a disturbing picture of calculated, sustained harassment that has driven a professional journalist and mother to contemplate respondents' creation of accounts solely to expose her, quote, ex-friend, her recruitment of others to join this campaign, her physical stalking across state lines, her brazen violation of this court's injunction demonstrate conduct that no reasonable interpretation of law would protect, except Provo courts.
Well, we don't know. We dropped.
Patricia Griffith summarized it best, quote,
You didn't wait for the court to make its decision. You decided. You decided to reclaim your narrative.
criticism of someone's work is one thing, but setting out to destroy a person, to incite fear, and to threaten their livelihood is reprehensible, harmful, and flat out wrong.
Thank you, Tricia Griffith.
Thank you,
manager
Tricia.
of Westwood.
The court must reject the respondent's attempt to weaponize the First Amendment as a shield for what multiple witnesses, including a forensic psychologist, have identified as dangerous stalking behavior with, quote, clear antisocial traits that significantly increase the risk of harmful behavior in the future. We talked about that earlier in this show. Those are the main points. So for those on the side of free speech at any cost, that's what our attorney said. I want to.
That's not what the judge said, though.
Where's my book?
I don't know. You got a lot of books. Which book?
It was over here. Now it's not.
Is it this book under here?
No, it's the. Oh, here it is. I got it. All right, here we are. How long has this been going on?
Not 9 hours. What?
How?
How many?
4 hours.
4 hours. All right.
4
I
hours.
thought it would be around 3, but we far exceeded that.
Well, you edited it down to 3.5, so you know.
4 hours. So think about that. I'm less than half of your epic marathon.
Yeah.
I want to go back to this idea of a moral crusade and how important that was for this campaign. And I want to talk a little bit about, so one of the things I've been doing is revisiting the Salem witch trials, the historical record, and also Arthur Miller's interpretation in The Crucible.
Okay.
This is taking him to the crucible.
I think there's no doubt that the Salem witch trials were a moral crusade because they were obviously, the community was engaged in a smear campaign against specific individuals that they deemed to be witches. Of course, there were no such thing as witches. It was a moral crusade because it was based in the puritanical, religious, and spiritual worldview of the community. So the basic idea was that if you find witches that don't exist, that you purge them, you eliminate them, right? And that's the same thing we saw in Daybell, by the way.
Yeah.
Group of people that called themselves what do they call themselves?
The Seven Gatherers.
Seven Gatherers, right. Which, not ironically, is the same label that this group uses to describe themselves. Similar dynamics.
Is he going to cry again?
In the book, this is the Penguin Classics version of The Crucible. There's an introduction by a literary critic. His name is Christopher Bigsby. Bigsby does a brilliant job of summarizing the critical motivations in The Crucible, also a moral crusade. 19 witches were hanged, 2 dogs were killed, and 1 person was crushed to death during the Salem witch trials in 1692. I'm going to read this line from the critic because I think it doesn't absolutely relevant to this discussion, and I think it's a good way to end in thinking about all the motivations that this smear campaign.
It made no sense. I forget who the kid analogy was. The Vittoria made no sense. It's just like, well, the Vittoria one did actually, because it was just the story of her in his eyes. So was no case study.
Campaign involved all the people that believe they have the moral authority to vilify you and dehumanize you, right?
Right?
Just like they did in Salem, Massachusetts.
Lauren had to expose it to us so we could find it, so we could start discussing it, so that we could be shamed for discussing it. Yeah, Lauren did that for us.
It's like, has the world really changed in 350 years? Has the world really changed that much?
I don't know. No.
Yes.
I'm going to read this.
And Lauren isn't in the crucible. Lauren,
In his hands, meaning Arthur Miller's hands, quote, this is from the introduction, quote, in Arthur Miller's hands, the ghosts of those who died have proved real enough. Even if the witches they were presumed to be were little more than fantasies, conjured by a mixture of fear, ambition, frustration, jealousy, and perverted pride. That's exactly, I couldn't say it better.
yes, we're just all
Those are exactly the motivations
bitches.
that fueled this smear campaign. Those are the motivations that fueled vilifying you, dehumanizing you.
Just all a bunch of jealous bitches, and we're doubling down. Hence the thumbnail.
Let me read it again. The witches were presumed to be little more than fantasies conjured by a mixture of fear, ambition, frustration, jealousy, and perverted pride. Why fear? Why fear? Because I think you pose threats to people's identities. You pose threats to their self-esteem. You may have posed threats to their businesses.
That she threatens.
Not from anything you did.
I'll say I didn't.
Not from anything you did.
She's completely
Just from-
innocent. She didn't do a thing. You threaten everybody. Not that you did anything. No, I didn't do anything. No, you didn't do anything. No, not me. No, not you. No, not me. No, 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 no.
From running our channel, from producing good art and good content, by getting good interviews, by being a quality journalist, by being an ethical journalist, you created fear.
Yeah.
Ambition, because all of these people were competitors. Their ambition,
I'm tired.
their ambition to see you as a witch. Frustration. This group was frustrated because they couldn't control you. This group couldn't get you to
With Lauren, we should do a Monty Python skit, and we should see if she floats.
conform. Jealousy.
Just kidding, you guys.
Jealousy over the quality of your work. Nothing more. Jealousy over the fact that you were growing so rapidly. Perverted pride. That's the pride to control the world. The pride to dominate the world. The pride to control other people. The pride to harass other people, to control them, to intimidate them. And most importantly, I'm going to add with this final thought.
For president. Is this ending anytime soon? My God.
The pride to engage in a self-righteous moral crusade against you for no reason other than pure fantasy.
No darn reason. He didn't talk ish about nobody.
That's it.
That's all you got? No, I don't have to watch on. Thank you. Was it 9 hours? You're pretty good.
It's a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot. You didn't have to take a bathroom break. I did.
That's true. No, I took one.
Okay, you did. Oh, so did I.
Whatever. Okay, so that was their almost 4-hour nonsense rebuttal. That now I need to go shower or something. I did order some coffee because I ran out of coffee, so I had to order it. So my coffee did arrive. My gosh. I do want to say that be sure to give this live a thumbs up if you could for me. Check to see if you're subscribed. If you're not, I would love to have you. If you are subscribed, thank you for being an OG. Today, we are going to be doing a Sarah Boone live. Sarah Boone is the one that zipped her boyfriend up into a suitcase, went upstairs and passed out. She's been sentenced to life in prison. Didn't have to be that way, but we're following her in prison. Appears like maybe she's so evil, she got kicked out of Bible study. And I'm also going to share my text that I had with Lana. Lana is the person, one of the few people that she was dying from kidney failure during Sarah's trial. And she spoke up she's one of the few people that gave her a character moment during the trial, and Sarah said she would give her a kidney if she got out of prison. Well, Lana has passed away. Before she passed away, she did see the light of day, and I think she stopped supporting Sarah. So we're going to get into that. I'm going to share some of the texts that I had. She did some interviews. All the texts were all good texts, so I feel comfortable that she would be okay sharing them, because she did give some interviews to some other people. She actually gave an interview the day she died. So we're going to go over all that today. It's usually on Florida. We do a Florida Woman Friday, but yesterday I did this live where we introduced this case, and I did like a 4-hour morning live like this. So I pushed it off till today, but we are going to be doing that today because I've got it all set and ready to go. So come back later today. Join us. If you are interested in Sarah Boone, she's worse than Lauren, if that is possible. You don't think that's possible? Come, let me introduce you to Sarah Boone. Let me introduce you to Sarah Boone, who is now in family court with her ex-husband, trying to sue him to continue her alimony in court and forcing him to bring her child to her twice a month for 2 hours a month. She doesn't care if he wants to stay home and watch football. It's her son's duty to come see his mother. So that's what we're going to be covering today. Thank you all for being here. If nobody's told you this today, and even if they have, I'm still telling you guys this. I am so grateful that you're here, and I love you guys so, so much. And hey, I hope to see you next time. Bye, guys.
Miss my cue, but I had you for that day. Here in the blue, I'm falling deep into you.
Be sure to give this live a thumbs up. Helps me go out into the algorithm party out there. Bring more people back to the party. It's just a free way to help me out.
Falling out, hoping for some time with you.